Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to Series 31 of The Joy of Painting. If this is your first time with us, allow me to extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your paints and your brushes and paint along with us each show. And if you've been with us before, please allow me to thank you for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. Tell you what, let's start right off today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got done up here. Today I'm using an 18 by 24 inch canvas. It's pre-stretched and double primed. And then I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white. This is a wet on wet painting technique, so the liquid white is there only to make the canvas wet. It allows us to actually blend color right on the canvas rather than working ourselves to death. So let's do that. Tell you what, we'll start off today with a little 2-inch brush. There we are. We'll take a little touch of phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is a beautiful, beautiful bluey color. Just tap a little into the bristles. We don't need a lot. All right, let's go right up in here. Now we'll start just making little X's, just little crisscross strokes. That easy. That easy. And we'll work all the way across the canvas. And we start at the top and work down. That way the paint is continually mixing with the liquid white that's already on the canvas. And automatically, your sky will get lighter and lighter as you work down toward the horizon. And in a landscape, that's exactly what we're looking for. There, let the canvas work for you. Allow the colors and the paint, everything to work together to make it easy. This is a painting technique that you can do. There's no big secrets here. People who have never painted do this every day, and it works for them. All right. I think I'll have some water in this painting today. I love water. It's easy to paint. And we'll use that same old phthalo blue. Just add a little more onto the brush. Now, still water is always level. And I think today, let's have still water. So pull from the outside to in, like so. That's all there is to it. We'll go to the other side, do the same identical thing. But I suggest you pull from the outside in. If you start here and go across, it leaves a big line that's very hard to work out. There, so pull from the outside in. And it leaves a little area in here that's sort of light. If everything works just right, it'll look like a sheen of lights just streaking right across your water. Sneaky, but it works great. There we go. Now then, I want to darken the corners on this, so I'm going to take a little Prussian blue. Prussian blue is much, much stronger than phthalo blue. It's a beautiful blue, though. Let's take a little of that. And right up in the corners, I'm just going to add a small amount of the Prussian blue. Like that. Now, when the painting is completely done, these dark corners will help lead the eye toward the center of the painting. There. That's really all there is to it. And we'll put a little in the water too. We don't want it left out. Just down at the bottom and let it work upward. There. Shoot, we're in business already. Thought today we'd just do a little mountain scene. It's very pretty, very easy to do. All right. Now see, even though we're blending across that little light area still, it remains in there. Okay, we just blend that color till it's nice and smooth. And we're in business. Now comes the most fun part of the whole technique, and that's washing the brush. If you've painted with me before, you know this is where I really have a good time. It's cleaning this old brush. We wash our brush with odorless paint thinner, shake it off, then and just beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part of this whole technique. Tell you what, today, we'll use a little bit of phthalo blue, some alizarin crimson, a little bit of black. I want to make a little mountain in here. And I want to make a dark lavender looking color. Very dark, very, very dark. Maybe a little more crimson. Proportionately, much, much more crimson than blue. Okay, let me wipe the old knife. We'll just wipe the knife on a paper towel. Now it's most important how you load the knife. Cut across the paint and get a little roll that lives right out of the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up in here. Tell you what, put a little white with that. I'm going to make a distant mountain first. A little mountain that lives far away. So I've added a little white and maybe Yeah, right in here. Just decide where you think this little mountain lives in your world and drop it in. Painting is a very individual thing. We all see nature through different eyes, and that's the way you should paint it. There. All we're looking for is the nice top edge. We could care less what's happening down below. Our brush is good and dry, and we'll grab it because the liquid white's on the canvas. You can literally move color. See there? If you were working on a dry canvas right now, you'd be in agony city. But because it's wet, it will move. And your brush strokes will create the illusion of highlights and shadows right there in your mountain. And that's about all I need. That mountain's going to be far away, very distant. Now we go back to the solid dark color and come right up in here. Let's go right up in here. I want you to see how dark it is. Don't be afraid of it because it's dark. We're going to put a few little highlights on it. But you decide where all the little protrusions on your mountain live, the little bumps. Maybe? Yeah. How about one right there? But it's that easy. And there is no right or wrong here. The only rule that we have here is that painting should make you happy. You should enjoy it. And if it does that, then it's good. Then it's good. All right. I get letters from youngsters, some of them in their 90s, that tell me they never believed they could paint. And they've tried this and it's worked for them. That's what makes this all worthwhile. Is to hear stories of success from all over the country. And you can do it. You can do it. There we go. Now, once again, I'm going to pull this. One of the rules, if you're painting mountains, always remember, if you can see the entire mountain, it's always more distinct on the top than it is on the bottom. Because we have mist and now we have wonderful pollution that sort of lays around the bottom of the mountain and it breaks up and diffuses the light so it looks softer. There. Now sometimes, tell you what, let's get crazy today. Sometimes. Well, I got that color going. It's fun to take and reflect a mountain right into the water. Now we're just looking for a basic little reflection here. We're not too worried about it being exact. In our world, we can do it close enough like that. Now sometimes you may find when you first start, it's easier to take the canvas off your easel and turn it upside down and just basically repaint the mountain. If that works for you, that's okay. Any way that it works. Now, I'm going to take, and just like we did, I'm going to pull that color. Just want to pull it. There. Once again, the liquid white allows you to move color on here. That easy. That easy. All right. See, that gives us a basic reflection there. It may not be exact, but it's close enough for what we're doing. All right, let me wash the brush. Wash the old brush. Shake off the excess thinner. I hit the bucket there. There you go. Just beat the devil out of it. All right. I usually run the brush across a little paper towel just to make sure it's as dry as I can possibly get it. You don't want to go up and touch the canvas with a wet brush. There. Keep your canvas and your paint as thick and firm as possible. One of our golden rules is a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So you want to keep this as thick as possible. I'm going to take a little white, a little black, make just a touch of gray. Something like so. A little roll of paint again. We'll always load the knife. That little roll of paint. I don't want very distinct things today. Just want the indication of little things happening. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Just let it float right across there. Just want to give some indications, but not a lot of detail. Don't worry about it. Just a little. Sometimes we put a lot of indication, sometimes a few, and it's really and truly up to you. You decide what's in your world. There, see, maybe there's a little bump right there, and you can take a little of this, give it a little pull. But I don't want it to be real distinct. just sort of a quiet little place there. There. But that easy. No pressure on the knife. I know I say that over and over in the shows, but it's probably the single biggest mistake people make when they first start is applying too much pressure on the knife. Then it looks just like you were icing a cake. That's all right, but it really looks better if the paint sort of breaks. And by break, that just means it has holes in it. And that's done by just a gentle pressure. Very, very gentle pressure. All right. Something about like that. And we can sort of just rub it a little bit, blend it out. Once again, I don't want a lot of detail in this one. Clean, dry brush, and I'm going to tap the base, following the angles here. Always follow those angles, and just blend it a little bit. Just blend it, bring it together, like so. That's all there is to it. All right. Now then, tell you what, we'll just take, metal brush working pretty good. We'll just take that same mountain color, same old mountain color, it's sort of a lavender. We'll tap a little bit right into that 2-inch brush. Don't be afraid of this brush because it's large. It'll do wonderful things. Now then, let's decide, yeah, there we go. Maybe right in here, there's a little foothill lives right here. Just a little footy hill right at the base of the mountain. Just tap in the basic shape that you want it to be. Maybe something about like that. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. There. See there? Now, very gently grab it and lift up. Tiny little strokes, though, short little strokes. And do it in layers. It'll give the impression of distant trees that live far away. They live right at the base of this old mountain. What a view they would have. A little touch of that color, and we can go right in here and give the indication of a little reflection of that. That easy. Now then, let me get a clean brush. I have several of each brush here. I want to create the illusion of a reflection on this that we dropped in here. Normally we pull down. This time, pull up. And I'm beating the brush just to remove excess color, because you're going to pick up a little color, and that will remove it. See there? All there is to it. Now, very lightly, go across. And that'll give the indication of an instant reflection. That easy. All right. Now then, let's have some fun. We'll just use that same mountain color. So we had some blue and some black and some crimson. I'll put some brown in it and some sap green. Basically all your dark colors. Some sap green. All right, let me clean the old knife. Now then, let's grab us a little fan brush. There's one, number 6 fan brush. Take a little color. Just put a little bit of color right on the brush. That's all there is to it, okay? Now maybe, let's see if that shows up. Might have to make it a little lighter to get it to show, so we'll add a little white. Just a little touch of white. Yeah, that's a little better. Now that I'm just going to take and grab that and lift upward. I want it to look like little trees, a little closer to us, but living very far away. Very far away. Just touch it. All you're doing is putting a little line of paint, and then you lift it upward. Could not be simpler. There. There, it's all there is to it. We'll take the knife, a little bit of dark sienna and Van Dyke brown mixed together, maybe a little white with it. There you go. That's a nice color, I like that. Just sort of play around with color till you get what you want. Our little roll of paint. And let's go right up in here. And with that, we'll just put the indication, maybe like here, right there. See? I'm sorry, I get excited. I've painted like this for 20 years, and I still get excited when I see it work. It's so wonderful. I was a traditional painter for many years, and I now call that my agony years, because I agonized over paintings. A little bit of liquid white, and we'll just cut in a little water line, just a little tiny water line. This is sort of a light area that separates the two darks. There. Now if you put a little too much liquid white on there and you think it's a little too strong, just rub it. It will just be absorbed into the color. It'll go away, no problem at all. There. All right, that gives us a pretty nice little background. Let's see. We need to figure out what we're going to put in here. So let's take crazy time. We'll take some more of that. We got some Prussian blue, sap green, crimson, brown. We'll mix a pretty good pile of paint here. Let's play a little. All right. Here's an old 2-inch brush. We'll take him, load a lot of color into the brush. And we have to sort of make some decisions in our world. Let's just block in some areas. Now then, maybe in our world we're going to have a big tree that lives right here. We're not looking for a lot of detail here. All we're doing is blocking in some basic shape. This is sort of your bravery test after you've worked so hard to put in all those gorgeous things. And then you come up here and some crazy fuzzy-haired guy says, put in a big tree right over the top of it. But that's all right. There. We'll decide where that goes later. Maybe we'll grab a little fan brush. We'll have some more fun here. Take a fan brush, load it full of that dark color. Maybe there's a little peninsula right here. Yeah. When you paint, you begin to see things. Let them happen. Just let them happen. Let them happen. Don't worry about them. Learn to compose as you paint. Learn to take advantage of what happens. We call those happy accidents. And they can be your best friend. There. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it comes right on down. Right in there. About like that. We don't even know where it goes over there. Don't think we care at this point. All right. Just want to create a little mist down here at the base, and we can do that with a clean brush, like so, then lift slightly upward. Sort of brings everything together. There. Of course, right underneath that, we'd need a reflection. We would need a reflection, so just pull it straight down, straight down. It's most important, though, that it goes straight down. Reflection should be as dark as the object that's casting the reflection. There. And go across, give us a little instant reflection. Now, maybe, I'll tell you what, maybe there's a tree that lives right here. We'll put some highlight on him so it'll show. This one lives a little closer to us, so we can make out a little more detail on him. There. He's got a friend. Happy little tree, lives right here and watches everything happen. All right. Now, I'm going to go right into a little touch of the cadmium yellow, yellow ochre. Sooner or later I'll hit all the yellows and a little bit of the red. I want to make a nice green color. Because you had blue and black on your brush, when you go in here, you'll get green instantly. Now then, we can come right along in here and place us a few little highlights on this tree. That'll snatch it right up in that background. A little more color. And we'll put a few highlights on this little rascal. Maybe in our world here, maybe there's a few little grassy things that we're beginning to see. Don't want a lot of detail yet. Just a few little things far away. Little sparklers. There they go. We don't know where they go over here. Don't know where they go. Take a little bit of our brown and white we used, and we can put the indication of a little land mass here. See there? That's simple. Little bit of land. A little touch of the liquid white, just to give the indication of a water line right in here. Don't want a lot of color. Just a little here and there. See how that works. It's neat, huh? Now then, we got to decide where this big tree lives. Here he comes. Here he comes. He comes right on down. This is just dark color. just a lot of dark color. Maybe it comes all the way down here. I don't know. That's the beauty of painting like this. You really don't have to know exactly where everything's at. It just works. Little paint thinner, liner brush, that brown color, here and there and there and here. We'll just put the indication of a little limb, little trunk, lives in there. Don't have to worry about it very much. Let's use some of that yellow, greens. Mix them on the 2-inch brush though. Let's go right in here and let's just begin picking out some highlights. There, just the corner of the brush. All you're using. There you are. Now if you've got a very thick, dry paint up on the canvas, you can put this right on here. It'll go right on the top without mixing together. But the paint on your brush has to be a little bit thinner than what you have on the canvas already. It'll always pull toward the thickest area. There we are. Now our yellows are made just a little bit thinner, so that works automatically. There. Maybe on down like that. And I'm going to change the flavor a little bit, add a little bright red, a little yellow ochre. Maybe, yeah, you're right. Right there. There's another little tree, bush, whatever you want to call him. Wherever. But we're still just using the corner of the brush. It's really all there is to it. And I'm going to dip the brush into a little touch of paint thinner. I want to make it just a little thinner. I'm going to go over several layers of paint here. There. But if you add paint thinner, add the smallest amount possible. You don't need much. Don't need much. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. Clean off a little spot to work here. Even a palette this big, I still run out of room. We're going to take black and brown, mix them together. Now then, over here I'm going to take a little bit of white and black to make a gray color. There, something about like that. Okay, now I'm going to take it, add paint thinner to this. I want to make this very thin. As we mentioned earlier, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So now I want to show you an easy way of making a fantastic effect. But we need to thin these colors. But if we hadn't started with a very thick, dry paint, this wouldn't work. So be sure I hate to keep talking about the paint, but it is important. I get so many letters from people that say they're having problems, and when I begin to talk to them, the problem usually evolves from starting with paint that's very thin. Start with thick paint, and then each layer gets thinner. Today, let's use a little oval brush. I'm going to go through the dark color. Both sides. Now one side only, I'm going to put in the light color. So you got dark and light. Now watch. You can make the indication of little stones all in one stroke like that. That easy. Now pull a little reflection down like so. Come across. Go back to our little brush that has the grassy color on it. Put in a few little highlights here and there. Just a few little dooders. Now, back to this. And maybe there's a little stone lives right there. And wherever you want them, you just drop them in. Several little stones. Put some little grassy things right around here. Look at there. See, it brings it all together. A little yellow ochre in there too. Just brings it all together. Makes it fit. There we are. Now this little rascal out here, pull down a little touch of reflection. Go across. Take our small knife, and we'll put just the indication of a little water line here and there. Sort of bring it all together. Just to bring it together. Shoot, I think we got a finished painting here. Really hope you've enjoyed this, and hope you'll join us for the rest of this television series. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I'm sitting here playing with a couple of the cutest little characters that God has ever made. These are a couple of little baby flying squirrels. Tiny little rascals. They're about 6 weeks old. Look at that. Aren't they some of the most precious little things you've ever seen? There, turn around here so we can see you. We call them Slim and Trim. There. Say hello, guys. As I say, these are little baby flying squirrels. They might be the most numerous squirrel there is, but you don't see them very often because they're nocturnal and they hide all the time. Okay, guys, you want to sit in my pocket while we do this? Huh? Here, you jump right in there. That's what's so great about it. You can just put them in your pocket. There, we'll let you sit right in there. These are little baby pocket squirrels too. Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've just covered it with a very thin coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and it's ready to go. And I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting. It's very easy and think you'll enjoy it. Let's start with a little Prussian blue on the old 2-inch brush. Just a little bit, something like so. And we'll go right up in here and using our little crisscross strokes, we'll just do a quick little sky. Just like so. Now, the paint is continually mixing with the liquid white, and automatically, it'll get lighter and lighter in value as we work down toward the horizon. And as you know, in a landscape, that's exactly what we're looking for. There we are. Something about like that. Okay. Now we'll take a little bit more of the Prussian blue and let's just put a little bit on the bottom. We might end up with a little water down here. I'm not really sure yet. We'll make that decision in a little while. Right now we don't have to make any big decisions. But just in case, we'll have something like, hope you like those little flying squirrels. I think they're sort of neat. They are beautiful little creatures. Okay. And I borrowed those from the bird lady here in Muncie who's taking care of them and raising them. And her name is Diana Schaefer. And she works with all kinds of animals. And when we come here to do the show, she loans them to me sometimes so I can share them with you. So we'll have to send her a thank you card. There we are. And just beat the devil out of it. I thought maybe today let's do some big mountains. Great big old beautiful mountains. I'm going to start with midnight black. And a little touch of Prussian blue in it, but mostly midnight black. Cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go right up in here. And we have to make our first major decision. Maybe old mountain lives right there. We'll start out, put a little peak in there. It doesn't matter. Just sort of make a decision in your world. Put them in wherever you think they should live. Then that's exactly where they should live. Maybe something right along in there. I'll tell you what, let's have some fun. Let's take a little bit of the titanium white and just do something like that. Just begin. Maybe, I know, maybe there's some, like a glacier up in here. That easy. We'll begin laying that in. Then we can put a few little highlights on the mountain. Just like so. There. And big decisions we'll make later. I'm going to take a little white, put a little black with it, make a gray color. And with that gray color, going to take, and with that, we'll add a few little highlights here and there on the old mountain. Just a few little things. Maybe there's one there. We'll let it come right down to that glacier. There we go. Just put a highlight here and there. This looks like some of the mountains that live in Alaska where I used to live. There. Something about like that. Back to our black. And we'll start right in here. See, and we'll sort of just make a little bowl shape in that mountain to hold that glacier in so it doesn't get away. Sometimes them rascals will get away from you. There. That easy. I like big old mountains like this. As I say, I lived in Alaska for a long time, and you see sights like this just about on a daily basis. And I think when God made Alaska, he was having one of his better days. It is the most gorgeous country. I get excited just thinking about it. There. Somebody told me I should work for the Department of Tourism in Alaska as much as I talk about it. That's true. I just think it was beautiful. There we are, back to my blank. And let's come right up in here and maybe, shoot, we'll get a little crazier. It doesn't matter. It's our world. We can do it any way that we want to. Little deuter there, maybe a little something in here, and off we go. Okay, a little bit of our gray and white. Put a few little highlights on here. I don't want a lot of highlights on this. Just a few. And maybe out here, have a few little highlights that live right up on top of this mountain. Sort of bring that together. Shoot, we're in business. As I say though, these are really fun mountains to do. Try some of these. So often we just do the mountains that have snow on them, but do mountains that have big glaciers in them. There. A little bit more of the titanium white, and we'll just let this just drip right around the base of those mountains. That easy. No pressure. No pressure at all. Just sort of let it float right around there. Maybe it comes right on down in here somewhere. And let's take our 2-inch brush. And I'm going to begin tapping. I want to create the illusion of mist down at the base here. The illusion of mist. A little white on the brush. We'll make some big misty areas that just float right there. All right. Something about like that. Just bring them all together. A little more of the titanium white. I'm just using titanium white right on the corner of the brush. And we'll make all those beautiful misty areas very lightly, very lightly. Can blend it, bring it together. Shoot, that's quite a little mountain we've got there today. I like him. Maybe a little mist right in here too. It's a nice way of cleaning up the foots on this mountain. Okay, now then, I just want to wash the brush. As you know, we wash our brushes with just odorless paint thinner. And beat the devil out of them. Okay, my 2 little guys are still here, by the way. I'm going to take some black, some Prussian blue, be right back, a little sap green, maybe even a crimson or 2. Just touch. Let's go up in here. Let's have, in our world, maybe a little foothill that lives back here, and it's got trees and bushes growing on it. All those happy little things. There. Just to push all that back. All right. And you can do this with a 2-inch brush, or you could do it with a fan brush. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If 2-inch brush was handy, and it works wonderfully. Now, let me grab the old knife, mix up some color here. Let's have Prussian blue, black, get a little bit of that phthalo green. A little alizarin crimson and some brown, Van Dyke type. Okay, let's wipe the knife off. Try a fan brush, and we'll load it full of color. A lot of paint on, a lot of paint. Let's go up in here, and maybe back here in our world, there's a few little evergreen trees. They're just poking their heads up. There's one. And we give him a friend that lives right about there. It doesn't matter. You decide how many or how few trees live in your world. But I like it. Okay, maybe there's one there too. Now sometimes when you're painting over a lot of paint like this, it's sort of difficult to make it stick. If you have that problem, add the least little touch of paint thinner to your brush. Doesn't take much, just a little, and then it'll stick right on top of all that white, or whatever color you happen to have up there. Always refer back to our golden rule. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. Now, I'm going to grab another old 2-inch brush here. We'll go right into a little bit of that color, and then right into cadmium yellow. I want to make various shades of green, but I want them pretty dark. Pretty dark. Okay, let's go right up in here. We'll just use that same brush, and I'm just going to tap in the indication of a few highlights on some of the larger trees that live back here in our world. There. Okay, maybe a little Indian yellow. You decide, whatever you want. But I want to keep them fairly dark. I don't want them to get too bright. They're too far away. There we go, a little bit more in there. Isn't that neat? And you can do this. You really and truly can do this. I know. You're saying I could never paint, never draw a straight line. You can. This is one style of painting that is for every person. I've never seen anyone who couldn't do this. There. There's even a lady in Boston who paints this method, and she's blind. If she can do it, anybody can do it, because she's wonderful. She is wonderful. I'm going to take just a small amount of titanium white on a clean. I've got another little 2-inch brush here. I want to create a little bit of mist floating down here at the base of this. This is just straight titanium white. Just tapping it right in there. Have a good time. About like that. See? But it'll help create that illusion that it's very misty. Maybe even a cloud fell out of the sky and is living down here now. Well, it could happen. Maybe. All right. Can't ever tell. There we go. Take a little bit of this dark color. What do they say? You don't have to be crazy to do this, but it helps. And let's go back up in here. Maybe there's some little grassy areas that come right out of there. Don't want to cover up all the mist that we made. That mist is a good friend. I want to save it. Just happy little grassy areas. Maybe we'll have water. If you want water, all you have to do is just pull down a reflection and go across, and almost instantly you have water. Now then, shoot, we're getting crazy here. Maybe there's a little bush that lives right there. About like that. Take the 2-inch brush that has the greens on it, the little highlight colors, and we can highlight that rascal a little bit. That easy. Okay, now I'm going to dip the brush into the least little amount of paint thinner. Once again, if it's a little bit thinner, then it'll just go right on top of there without any problem. All right, just tap a little color into the bristles, and off we go. I just want to put the indication of some little grassy areas here. Too far away to have much detail, but a little bit. Just some happy little things that are living right there. All right. You decide where they are, how many they are, where they live. Okay, maybe about in there. And once in a while, maybe we'll pick up a little darker color. Now you can lift this sometime just to create the illusion of little things that are growing back in there. Little upstanding rascals, because they exist. You have them in nature. All right. Take a little liquid white, pull it out as flat as I can get it, cut across. Then we can come back in here. And we'll put in a little water line, just a little water line. It's just a light area between a couple of darks to break it up. Something like so. There we are. Now what happens if you make one that you don't care for? It's hard to get rid of. Let's make one intentionally. There's one I don't like. Now if you do that, take your brush, grab it, and just pull straight down. See? It just works right out. Don't worry about it. There. You know, in some of the series a long time ago, we did a couple of shows that just showed how to correct mistakes. Maybe we'll do some more of those. I did that because I've got several letters recently asking what happens if you do a water line that you're not happy with. How can I fix it? Now you know. It's one of the easiest things are to fix, because we don't make mistakes. We absolutely don't. We have a happy accident every so often. But that's it. That is it. Scratch in a few little sticks and twigs and arms and legs on some of these trees, and shoot, we're in business. Let's take, you guys still in there? Yeah, I see you. Some blue and some black. A little more of the phthalo green. A little crimson. Absolutely adore those little flying squirrels. They have to be some of the cutest creatures God's ever made. They are precious. I'm going to see if Diana will let me take these home back to Florida with me, but I know she won't. It's a good thought, though. I'm going to load a lot of the dark color into the brush. Something like so. Let's make a big evergreen. Ooh, you ready? How big? Real big? That big? It goes right off the canvas. See, maybe there's a little bit of the trunk showing right there. Got a little naked part. You can do that. You can do that. There he comes. Big old heavy tree. Strong tree. And in here, we could care less. We'll separate all this with highlights. We don't care. The only thing you're worried about is the basic shape, basic design of the old tree. You know me, I think everybody needs a friend. So we'll give him a little friend that lives right here. There. That's his friend. They get along well together. What a view. They can look out over here at these beautiful mountains with the snow and the glaciers. I want to live there too. I'm going to take a big brush. That's too slow. Load it full of color. What the heck? Maybe there's a big old tree that lives here and he's got a friend there. Just make a decision. Just make a decision. As I say over and over, each of us will see nature through different eyes, and you should paint what you see. Put a big one there. And whatever you feel, that's what you should paint. Because 100 years from now, somebody will look at your painting and they'd say, boy, he was having a good day today. He really felt good. All right. Take a little white, a little dark sienna, mix them together, maybe a little more. You can put a little Van Dyke in there too. Ooh, pretty color. Little roll of paint. And let's go up in here. Put a little indication here and there. You don't have to put the whole thing in of tree trunks. It's just indications. Just a few little things. Don't put too many, because you're not going to see the entire tree trunk. I'm going to make out a blue spruce. In this series, I've made several blue spruce. I'm going to take some white, mixed with liquid white, a little touch of the phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. Isn't that a beautiful color? All right. Let's go right up in here. Now with that phthalo blue, let's just go right along in here and put the indication in of a few highlights. There, darker, darker, darker down toward the bottom. And this little tree says, give me some highlights too. So we will. The little squirrels have to live up here in these trees. Now, we'll just take a 1-inch brush. What the heck? Dip it into the liquid white. A little bit of that dark color. Pull it in one direction. One direction only. One direction. Load a lot of color. Let's go up here. And with that, we can come back in here and we can begin putting highlights on all these little bushes and trees. Do one little bush and tree at a time, though. Don't get greedy. I know, little yellow ochre. I know, sometimes it gets working good, and it's hard to stop with just one. Take your time. Take your time. You don't have a mean old director at home that's on your case. You can take your time. There. Maybe a little touch of the bright red right there on the end of that one to make it look like maybe some little red flowers. They're just living right out here. Okay, a little touch of the paint. I'm grasping sap green. Some nice sap green. There's a little bush. I like to paint bushes and trees. I think I told you the story in one of the earlier shows, in a different series, that years ago I studied portraits. And after a long time, my portrait teacher took me aside one night and he said, "Bob, I got to tell you the truth." He said, "I want you to go paint bushes and trees because that's where your heart is, and leave portrait painting to someone else." And I have. I've taken his advice, and I get along much better with bushes and trees. There. And playing with little squirrels. I like all these little animals. They're my friends. My house looks like a zoo sometime. I have so many of them. And then as soon as they get big enough to make it on their own, off they go. You wouldn't believe the menagerie of animals that lives around my house that we've turned loose over the years. And they come back, and I'm soft touch. I always have food out there for them. And that's okay. As long as I have food, they will. Let's take some Van Dyke, some dark sienna, mix them together. Get a little roll of paint on the knife. We got to have a way to get up here, and maybe there's a big trout lives out here in this river. We might want to come catch him. But I think everybody should, when they catch a fish, they should just put a Band-Aid on him and wish him well and put him back in the water. Come back and catch him again. It's getting hard to find big fish anymore. They've all been caught. So anytime I catch one, I just sort of put him back in the water and wish him well. Tell him I'll see him another day. A little brown and white. Off we go. A little roll of paint again. Barely touch. Just graze. Just graze. Like that. Touch. There. Come back with our little brush that we were making bushes with. Maybe I'll put a little more liquid white on it. All right. Make it very thin. Grab a little sap green. There. All right. Then we can go up in here. We can begin picking out little individual bushes and trees that live right here. There they come. The path goes behind that one right there. We don't know where it goes now. It just sort of sneaks away. Sneaks away. Maybe there's another one here. Like that. Wherever you want them. Hi, guys. Little squirrel just looked out of my pocket at me here. There we go. They are absolutely precious. I'm going to have to talk some more trash to Diana and see if I can take one home. Doubt if they'd let me get on the airplane with it. You want to go to Florida? Huh? No. Okay. It's a good thought anyway. Okay, a couple little ones here just to sort of lay the path down into the painting. That's all we're really doing at this point. About like that. All right. And we could take the little script liner brush, put some paint thinner on it, and make the paint very thin. Almost the consistency of ink, but not quite. Turn the bristles in there to bring it to a nice sharp point. Okay, let's go up in here. And here and there and there and here we can put in the indication of a few little sticks and twigs. You decide where they live in your world. However many you want. That's exactly the right number. Exactly the right number. Take our knife, just a clean knife, and you can scrape in as many sticks or twigs as you want. Like that. I think with that, we about got a completed painting. Let's take a little bright red, a little paint thinner. I think we're ready for a signature on that one. So we'll just make the paint good and thin. And we'll come right up in here and we'll sign that little rascal. Really hope you've enjoyed this little painting. Try these mountains. They're fantastic, a lot of fun to do, and you can do them. And after you finish, if you have time, take a photograph and send us. All of us here at the station would love to see your results. Until then, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do a different little painting using some of the liquid black and liquid white. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got. Got my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas. Today I've taken liquid black and put on the bottom and liquid white, put on the top, and just blended them together. So the entire canvas is wet, but it's dark on the bottom. That's the only difference. Liquid black is just like liquid white, only it has a black pigment in it. And I use that a lot of times when I know there's going to be areas that there's a lot of dark in. The liquid black will make it a lot easier for you. Let's start today with a little bit of alizarin crimson. Just a small amount on the old 2-inch brush, just a little. And let's go up in here. I want to put a little pink in the sky, but I don't want much. I just want enough to warm it up some. I don't want to set it on fire. It's very easy to set it on fire. Just want to warm it up. Now the crimson is mixing with the liquid white, and there's a little liquid black there. And automatically it'll get lighter and lighter in value. That easy. Okay, and that's about all I want of the crimson. There. Now, without cleaning the brush, I'll go right into some phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's a beautiful, beautiful blue. Okay, let's go up in here. Now we'll start right at the top. Using our X's, little crisscross strokes, go all the way across the top, all the way across, and then begin blending downward. Now be careful. This blue is so much stronger than the crimson. It'll eat up all the crimson very quickly, very quickly. So let's just have it about like that, and then clean our brush. And we'll take the clean brush and blend them both together. Just shake it off. And beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part of this whole technique. I have more pleasure just beating the brush than anybody in the country. I have people now that write me letters and say they have no desire to paint. They just bought a brush so they can beat it and take out their frustrations. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Let's put some mountains in there today. Shoot. Let's take some Prussian blue, some black, alizarin crimson, Van Dyke brown. Just mix them together. Mix them together. Make a nice dark, dark color. Put a little more crimson in it. There. Okay. Now, the first thing we have to do is decide where our mountain lives. We'll cut off a little roll of paint. There you can see it. And let's go. Maybe there's a mountain. There's right here. Now, the only thing we're concerned about is the nice outside edge. We could care less what's going on. Anywhere except the top. Right in there. So don't worry about it. Don't let a mountain scare you. They're really one of the neatest things to paint in this technique. And still probably the most popular thing we paint. All right, I'm going to take 2-inch brush, grab it, and pull. Because there's liquid white and liquid black underneath, the color will move. It'll allow you to blend the color right on the canvas. And it also removes excess paint. So the next layer will be much easier to apply. And we'll just let it fade right into that, like that. See there? That's all there is to it. Let's take white. Grab some midnight black a little bit and put in there. I want to gray this a little bit. So we'll put a little bit of, maybe even a touch of bright red. It's our world. We can do anything that we want here. Pull the paint out as flat as you can get it. Once again, our little roll of paint. Let's go up here. Now then, just decide where the light's coming from. And if you're right-handed, you'll find it's usually easier to have it coming from the right side. If you're left-handed, try both ways. Left-handed people have been forced to do right-handed things their entire life. So some left-handed people will find it easier to highlight on the right, some on the left. It's a very individual thing. There we are. Little dooders in there. Now I'm just going to pull a little bit of that color down to make the shadows. I don't want distinct shadows in here. Just going to pull a little bit of it down. Maybe right over in here there's a little bump right there. See there? You decide. You decide where all these little things live. There. And you can just play some darks and lights back and forth to create all kinds of illusions. There you go. Okay. Now, as I say, it's your world. You decide where you want all these little rascals to live. Okay, we'll take a clean, be sure it's good and dry. Clean, dry 2-inch brush. If it's not dry, it will dilute the paint and make it too soft. So be sure it's dry. Follow the basic angles in these mountains and tap. All we're doing is trying to take out the little tap marks and blend everything together. And then lift upward. See? Smooths it right out. And it creates that illusion of mist right down at the base. Sometimes that's a little too straight for me. I want to put a little deuter right there. See? That's all you got to do. You can change your mind. And it just makes it a little more interesting. Ready to get brave? Let's do it. That little mountain went so well. This really is your bravery test. Let's have a big mountain that lives right up here. Right up here. Maybe there's a little bump right there. Don't be afraid of these mountains. Shoot. Once you make friends with this knife, they're one of the neatest things you can make. And you do need to make friends with a knife. It takes a little time. It takes a little time. It's like anything else when you do it at first. It's a little foreign to you. It takes a little while to make friends with it. All right. But very quickly, with a little practice, you'll be doing things with a knife you can't believe. Okay. There. Here in the studio, we just had a couple of my young friends come in. And they were only about, one was 6 and one was younger than that. And they brought me some paintings that they're doing. It's unreal what young people can do with this too. They were fantastic. Okay, now we're just going to blend that. Just let it go right on off. Whew. Well, we said we was going to make a big mountain. We weren't kidding. Once again, our little roll of paint. Touch, no pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Just let the paint glide right along on there. Just let it glide. You want it to break. In other words, have all these holes in it. That's what makes it look interesting. Maybe there's a little light zinging right on there. Wherever. It's up to you. Painting gives you freedom. Gives you creative freedom. Let's take some Prussian blue with some white, a little black in it, just to dull it down some. There. We'll make us a little shadow color. Small roll of paint. And once again, just let it just glide right along there like that. Maybe out here, it's a little highlight right in there. We just sort of let them come together. Just let your imagination take you to any place that you want to go. Look at there. See there? But just let it go. Let it just slide right down through there. No pressure. I know you get tired of hearing that, but it's so important. And it's probably the single biggest mistake that people make, is they apply too much pressure. No pressure. I want to put some little bumps and stuff in here. And we can do that. Put them anywhere that we want them. There. Just some little, maybe there's a little dewart lives over here. Mountains grow every which way. Just let them grow. Let them go. Wherever they want to be. There. Just a few little things down in here. Take a little more of our shadow color. There. See? But that creates the illusion of all kinds of little deuters. And when you're at home and have unlimited time, shoot, you can do much better than this. Much, much better. I know you can. There we are. Wherever. Wherever. Okay. Something about like that. Now, let's get our brushes nice and dry. And let's just blend this very gently. Just blend it. We're tapping, following those angles. Notice the angles are coming down like that, and we follow those angles. We follow. Okay, a little bit of shadow right here behind this little rascal. Don't want him left out. bring all that together. Lift upward, takes out the tap marks, brings everything together like that. I tell you, the best mountain painter in this technique is probably my son Steve. Boy, that rascal, whew, he can paint some mountains. Maybe we'll get him on here before the series is over. He travels and teaches all over the country. But if we can get that little rascal in here, we'll have him come do a show. Maybe I'll get him to paint you a mountain, because he can paint mountains. Of course, I sound like a proud daddy just yakking, don't I? And there's some truth to that. There is some truth. Okay. That'll give us a pretty good little mountain. We want to have time to do some other things in this. Let's take Prussian blue, phthalo green, black, brown. We can throw about any old dark color in there. I like to throw a little of that phthalo green in, though. I'm gonna make some evergreens, and it just gives them a nice color. All right. Today, to make some evergreens, let's grab us we'll use a fan brush. We'll use the old fan brush. You could use a 1-inch brush, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anything, it works. Load both sides with a lot of paint. Let's go up in here. And let's just tap in the basic indication of some little evergreens that live far way back here. They're far away. They live right under the bottom of this mountain. It's one of the easiest ways I've ever seen to create the illusion of a lot of little trees. Very simply. Very, very simply. But now, one of the things that happens a lot, sometimes there's too much distance between them and they begin looking like fence posts. If that should happen, all you need to do is put a few more in there. Just fill up the area. There, see? Because they're too far away. You're not going to see a lot of detail. Things that are far away, you see only basic shape, form, and basic color. That's really about all. Maybe we'll have them coming over here too. And to create that illusion of distance in your painting, avoid having too much detail when things are supposed to be far, far away. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. Don't put too much detail. Sometimes we can absolutely put too much. Okay, there we are. And we just sort of smashing down with the old fan brush. These fan brushes are marvelous. They'll do wonderful, wonderful things for you. You can paint the entire painting using nothing but the fan brush. Maybe we'll do that in one of the shows sometime, just to show you we can. The big thing is time. I'm going to tap the base of that, like so. There we are. And I'm going to lift up. That just smooths everything out, blends it right into the painting. There we are. Now we have a whole ridge of just little trees that live there. Okay, we'll just use that same old brush. Put some sap green in it. And it has a little bit of that pine tree color, so when we touch yellow, we're going to get beautiful, beautiful greens. A little Indian yellow. And then I'll touch a little of the bright red. Bright red actually dulls the color. I know it sounds crazy, put bright red in, but red and green make brown. So when you put them together, it dulls the color. Now then, yeah, maybe. And notice I didn't have to put any dark color in there because we used the liquid black. That's what it's great for. I knew there was going to be a lot of dark in there. Didn't know exactly where, and it doesn't much matter, but I knew there was going to be a lot in there. So we'll just take and begin tapping in the indication of all kinds of little things that are happening back here. Wherever. There they are. Just little happy dooders. I make up words. I'm very bad about that, so. I often wondered, the show is playing in numerous foreign countries now. I often wonder how they translate dooders. There we are. All right. I like to go to Mexico. The show's been playing in Mexico for several years, Mexico City especially. And It's unbelievable, some of the paintings that our Mexican instructors are coming up with. Unbelievable, because they've adapted this to the scenery that they see in Mexico. And now we have a lot of instructors in Japan, and they're doing exactly the same thing. So they're teaching me now. That's nice when you can get so lazy that let somebody else do it and let them teach you. There we are. But see how that land flows downward? I want it to look like a little meadow back here where the land just flows right on down. Very soft. There we are. You make the decision how far down it goes. I tell you what. I'm sorry, I get crazy. When you paint like this for any length of time, you begin seeing things in your painting. When you see these things, take advantage of them. Take advantage of them. Use them. They're like gifts. Use them. I just do it. I just want to put, maybe there's some more evergreens here. Yeah, I'm going to put a whole line here. There. I need all these trees because my little squirrel needs a place to hide. Tell you what, I got another little piece of film here I want to show you about my little squirrel Peapod. He is just the cutest little devil you've ever seen. Now, how can you not fall in love with something like that? Isn't he precious? This is my little squirrel Peapod. He lives with me. Well, actually, he lives outside, and because I've turned him loose quite a while back. He's full grown now. He was just sort of a baby there. But he still comes back every day. And I feed him. I'm soft touch. But he'd be something. I always have a lot of scratches on my hands and stuff from playing with them because they have very sharp claws. The one thing that I like to say over and over, we do not advocate making these wild creatures pets. I only raise them and I turn them loose. Because wild creatures, that's where they belong. They should be wild. If you want to keep a creature, get a domestic animal, doggy or a cat. They're a lot of fun. They're a lot of company. But wild creatures ought to be wild. It's the way God intended them to be. There we are. But sometimes they need a little help. And if they do, I jump right in there. I like to play with them. Like to watch them grow. But these little squirrels, when I get them, a lot of times they're so small that their eyes aren't even open. And then you have to get up at night just like I did with Steve when he was a tiny little baby. And you have to feed him 2 or 3 times every night. Of course, Steve's not so tiny anymore. He's over 6'5", almost 6'6". Must have fed him good. Yeah, that rascal certainly grew. He outgrew me. I'm going to take a little bit of white. I want to create the illusion of a little mist down here at the base of these. I'll show you why. I just decided I'm going to put some that's more distinct. And this little misty area here, will turn out to be your best friend because this will be your separator. And you can just bang it in any old way and then we'll just tap it until it blends together. Makes the base of the trees look very soft and gentle. See there? There. And most of this will disappear. But here and there and there and here, we want to put a more distinct tree, a bigger tree. Put a little more paint on here. Get all that phthalo green there. Ooh, I like it. Brown, crimson. I'll put some sap in there too. I didn't have much phthalo. And I want to have a green tint to it. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Maybe? You know, Bobby, gotta have a big tree in here somewhere. Gotta have a big old tree. Here it comes. There we are. We'll put some highlights on there and separate it. That'll separate it right apart. Let's give him a friend. There we go. Right there. I know it's hard to see right now, but we'll separate it. We'll separate it. Maybe here and there we can put the indication of a few more. A little closer to us, a little bigger, a little more detail. And that little misty area will help separate them. We'll just put a few in here. You decide in your world how many there are. There we go. Something like that. I need one down here. Just right there. Okay. Now, without doing anything to that brush except going through yellow, because it has blue and black in it, you'll make a beautiful green color. That'll give us a highlight. Okay, let's go back up here. Same old brush. There we are. Now we can put in a few little highlights. Don't kill all your dark color. I know it. I know it's tempting. A little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, just mixed in there. Change of flavor. But don't kill all the dark. Evergreens are normally pretty dark trees. Leave them that way. There. A little over in here. I'm just bopping around here trying to get these put in as quick as I can. I want to put a few more little things in this painting. It's a lot of fun. This liquid black, try it. Try it. I think you'll find it does wonderful things. Now then, maybe, yeah, why not? Let's start. We'll put in some little grassy areas here and there. A little yellow. I'm going to dip the brush into at least a little touch of paint thinner. Just enough to thin the paint a tiny bit. We're getting quite a buildup of paint on here. So we need paint that's a little thinner. See there? But look at all the layers in this painting. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And you can do it so simple. There we are. Okay, maybe a little touch of the bright red here and there. I like it. I like that red in there. It does nice things. Okay, we need a little path there. Let me take a little dark sienna, Van Dyke brown. Got to have a way to get in there. We'll just put us a little path right in there. Mostly dark sienna. Put a little of the Van Dyke. And we'll let it wander right on out through there. A little brown, a little white. Just enough to put the indication of a little highlight on there. There, see? See? It's that easy. Just let it, just like you're putting snow on the mountain. Maybe, I know. Let's take a little black. Maybe come right up in here. Maybe there's just a little stone lives right there. Happy little stone. We'll put in dark first. Then we'll come back, some brown, white, little black in it. And let's put a little highlight on it. Just enough to make it interesting. Just enough, see? Pull a little of it down, not much, not much. All right. Then some little grassy areas right around his foots. Bring the path all into the painting. There. All right, got just a minute left here. Tell you what, I need a tree in here. I need a little tree. My producer right now is going to kill me for doing this. Right there's a little tree. And we'll take a little light color and just tap the side here. Give it some highlight. Grab a liner brush, put a couple little tree branches on it. This old tree's dead. This old tree had a bad day. Old evergreen tree. You can just see some of the limbs hanging out through there. Wherever. Not many left. Just a few. See? But that's really all there is to it. Hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It's something different, shows you how to use the liquid black, and I believe it'll bring you fantastic results. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a great big almighty mountain. I think you'll really enjoy this one. So let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this project. And they'll come across the screen in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with a titanium white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go up to the canvas here. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white. It's wet and slick and ready to go. So let's start out today with a 2.5-inch brush, and we'll go right into a small amount of phthalo blue. Now, phthalo blue is a very, very bright, beautiful blue. And we're just going to beat that paint right into the bristles here, just to get a nice, even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. Okay, let's go up to the canvas now. And let's just sort of play a little color just here and there. Just bounce it around, let it happen, let it play. There we go. And we don't want to cover the entire sky here. I just want to cover it here and there and leave little spots open. There. There we go. And using a big old brush, it didn't take but just a second to get some color on the canvas. And what we have left here, we'll just put it down here. It's a good place to clean the brush. There we are. Now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a very small amount of burnt umber. And once again, tap it into the bristles in the same manner. Okay, let's go up here. Now, in these light areas, I'm going to drop a little bit of this burnt umber right in here. I want to gray the sky down in areas so it's not just a real bright blue color. And this is just a very small amount of burnt umber. Almost looks like a burnt sienna color. Okay, a little bit over in here. And right in here. Okay, and then once again, we can just sort of wipe the brush off and put a little bit of this color down on the bottom. Okay, now I have several brushes going, so I don't have to wash them continually. We'll take a clean brush, and I'm just going to begin blending the sky. Just making little crisscross strokes. Just back and forth, little X's. And this color is continually mixing with the magic white. It allows beautiful things to happen. It blends automatically rather than having to mix several colors. Let it happen on the canvas. Let the brush work. Let the canvas work. I'm lazy. I'm always looking for a nice, easy way to do this. Okay. Then a few horizontal strokes will take out all the brush marks and give you a very effective little sky. That easy. Okay. As I say, today we're going to do a huge, big, strong mountain that has a lot of rocks in it. So let's mix up some black here. And I'm going to start with phthalo green. And you might as well, if you're painting along with me, mix up quite a large pile of this. Phthalo green and alizarin crimson. And about equal parts. Maybe a tiny bit more crimson than green. Now normally we just mix our color till it's marbled. But today, mix it very well. We want it to be very thoroughly mixed so we have a nice, even black color. A lot of paint. Just really mix it up. And when you're mixing, pick this paint up off the palette and turn it over. Otherwise, what's next to the palette never gets mixed. Okay, now it's very hard to tell exactly what we have. So let's take a little white, put it right there, and just check it. There we go. Makes a nice gray color. That's exactly what we're looking for. Okay. Clean my knife. And let's take some of this nice black color, and let's build us an almighty mountain up here. Boy, we're gonna, oh, look at this. We'll put a huge mountain today. And you're really pushing this paint into the fabric. There we go. And maybe it comes, yep, there it is, right out through there. Just let it bounce and play and wherever you want it to go. And all we're doing here is just blocking it in, so we're really not too concerned about anything happening in here. The only thing we're concerned about is this nice edge on the outside. The rest of it, doesn't matter right now. It'll matter in a little while. Put another little bump right there. If you're going to do mountains, it's fun to put little bumps on them here and there. Okay. You can probably hear I'm really scraping that canvas hard. I'm pushing that paint right into the fabric. There's really not a great deal of color on the canvas. Okay, now then, take one of these old dirty brushes, and I'm going to grab this color and pull it. And as we've mentioned on previous shows, when you're painting mountains, if you can see the entire mountain, it's always more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom. Because we have mist, and now we have wonderful pollution. And all these things break up and diffuse light, cause the bottom of the mountain to look softer than the top. Okay? Now, when you're doing this, using brush strokes is a super way to lay out your mountain. Watch here. Can you see that? But just by pulling the brush across there, let's come right across. You can give yourself all kinds of ideas of how you want to lay this mountain out. And you're not committed. You can change this. It's a super, super little way to sort of cheat a little bit. Okay. Now already you can see the bottom of this mountain is much lighter than the top, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Now we can start some highlights. And I'm going to take a little bit of the same black color, some burnt umber, some Van Dyke brown, and some white. And just mix up several different colors right here together. See, it's darker here and it gets lighter, lighter, lighter. And that way you have several things happening. Okay, and we'll cut across it and get a small roll of paint that's right out here on the knife. Good, you can see that. That's what you work with, a small roll. Okay, let's go up here. Now, no pressure, no pressure. All you're doing here is whisper light. Barely, barely touch the canvas. Barely touch the canvas. Just let it bounce along and play. Barely touch it. See, you didn't overmix this color, and so all kinds of things are happening. If you overmix it, then you just get one dead color up here. We want all these beautiful things to happen. Now over here, this would be in the shadow side. We're going to have our light coming from the right. So let's take some Prussian blue. Ooh, very strong color. Dark, strong color. And with that, we'll make us a shadow color. We're using some Van Dyke brown, Prussian blue, and a little bit of white. Okay. Now, same little roll of paint. Let's go up here. And over on this side, just allow some of these little things to happen. You're still just barely, barely touching the canvas. Whisper light, whisper light. Just let your hand float across there. And here and there, we can add a little bit more highlight so it shows a little light playing through there. And same thing over on this side, a little bit lighter color, just in a couple of places so it gives you the impression there's a little light just bouncing through there. Now I've got a little dark on the knife. And we just work out here and there to make some strong shadows, some deep areas. And just let it bounce around and play, just to see there. Okay, and that easy. Gives you a nice feeling of a big, strong peak in the background back here. Okay, maybe, tell you what, today let's have a nice glacier up here in this mountain. And we'll start out with some titanium white, and I'll put a little bit of that black color in it just to gray it down, so it's not pure white. Pull it out very flat, cut across it. We get that little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife again. Okay, now then, touch, no pressure. Let the paint break, just let it come right across here. Just let it go. No pressure. No pressure. Let it happen. And just sort of in your mind, think where you want this little glacier to go and where the snow should lay. This is your mountain, so you make these decisions. Create your own world right here on the canvas. There we go. Very soft, very gentle. And that'll give us a basic idea of where our glacier is going to be. Maybe, tell you what, maybe there's a little bit of snow. There he is, lays right in there. And maybe, while we got this going, maybe there's some more right there. Wherever you want it, wherever. And this is what makes this style of painting so much fun. We use no patterns, we trace no pictures onto the canvas, no drawing. Shoot, I couldn't draw a straight line, but it's easy to paint. Much easier than trying to learn to draw. Now, let's put some shadows in that snow. We'll take some white and a little bit of phthalo blue. Little bit of phthalo blue, very strong. And we'll just mix that together. We get that same little roll of paint again. Okay, go back up here. And we think maybe there's some shadows right in here. And we just sort of lay them in. Lay them in, let them happen. Just like so. And there'll be some shadows right there. And a few right up in there. We don't want this one to be left out. We'll put a few shadows there. And right now that's basically all we need, and we can start figuring out where we want to have peaks and valleys and all these big beautiful things. Maybe there's, oh, there it is. There it is. Put a great big peak right there, and it comes right up through. And maybe there's a little snow right in between there. Anywhere you want it, you just lay it in. Okay, maybe these peaks, there they are. Just sort of let them work right in there. And again, working out some basic shapes. And all we're doing now is just blocking it in. Just putting in dark color. You need the dark in order for the light to show. Quite a bit of paint on the canvas here. And when this is dry, it'll actually feel like rocks. It'll have texture to it. I like paintings that have both softness and texture. Maybe we'll just bring that right on across and change that into several. There we go. Bring some of that right on down and allow a little bit of that white to run right up the side of the mountain here. Okay, now then, I'm going to take some burnt umber right into my highlight color. Just mix it and leave it marbled like this. Don't over mix it. Maybe even there you can see it a little better so it looks marbly. Okay, let's go up here. And here we're just barely touching. Let all these little things happen. Don't overwork it. You can keep pushing real hard on this till it all just sort of blends together, and we want to have all these different areas happening. Some dark, some light, stones and rocks and all kinds of beautiful little things. Just let them go. There. Okay. Maybe there's a little touch right in there. Add a little more umber. Okay. Clean off the old knife. Now, very gently, barely caressing the canvas. And you hold your hand very flat here. Very flat. If you notice, sometimes it's so flat my fingers touch the canvas. Don't worry about it. That means you're just right. Just right. Okay, now we can sort of bring this together a little bit. Pull a little bit of that dark color right out into it. Just bring it all together. There we go. Okay. Now then, let's start over here. We're going to throw a little bit of dark in here, wherever. And then we can start with some shadows and highlights. Just let it play right down through. You know, you just saw me get paint on my hands. Probably that's one of the biggest questions we get in letters, and we get hundreds and hundreds of letters from fantastic people. And they want to know, how do you get this paint off your hands? It's very difficult sometimes to get it off. There is a product on the market, several of them, that you can put on your hand before you start painting, and paint won't stick to it. All you have to do is just wash your hand with warm soapy water, or just hold it under the water and paint will come right off. Then you might check with your local art store and see about picking some of that up. Comes in handy if you're messy as I am. Okay, I tell you what, maybe there's a big ridge right here. Shoot. It's our mountain, so we can do anything with it that we want to. Big ridge. There it goes. And all we're doing, once again, is just blocking all this in with dark color. And maybe, there it is. Nice little bump that lives there. Do you see how you can just keep building on this mountain and building and building it? There's just no end to it. You can take and cover the entire canvas with nothing but mountains. And that's a super way to practice. We'll just close that in, and that'll sort of hold that glacier right up in there. And a lot of times glacier ice is, because it has very little oxygen in it, might be even a greenish blue color. Okay, a little more of the umber and some of the other colors. We just mix them here. I've got to the point where I'm not sure exactly what color we're using. It's just whatever happens to be laying around. Okay, let's go up here. And we just drop some of this in here and there. And just sort of look at it and evaluate it, see if it's what you want. If it's not, change it. Change it. A little bit right in there. See, wiggle that knife and let all these little things happen. It's unreal what you can do with an almighty knife. A little bit of practice. Just a few little indications here and there. Not too much. Don't want to lose this nice darkness. A few little things here and there. But don't want to lose all that darkness. Just sort of bring all that together. Maybe it's a little flat area right in here. And just lay in a little color. Just like so. Wherever. In your world, you can do anything that you want to do. And painting offers you freedom. It offers you a world that you can make any way you want. It can be clean and crisp and sparkle. Or you can create moods, storms, and almighty rivers. Painting offers freedom. Gets you away from the everyday problems. Turns you loose on the world. That may be what attracted me to painting initially. It's the only place I had any power. Okay, a few little rocks and stones. Okay, I think that should give you a pretty basic idea of how you can do a beautiful, beautiful mountain in a very short period of time. And okay, let's make some decisions and decide what else is in this thing. Maybe there's some little evergreens back here that sort of move up the side of the mountain. So start with a fan brush. We'll use a fan brush, and I'm using that same old dark color. Same dark color. Maybe I'll add a little bit of a phthalo blue to it right there. Okay, see how full that fan brush is though? A lot of paint in it. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here, and he's far away. This whole group of trees is far away. All we want here is just some indications. We don't want a lot of detail. Just indications. Just sort of let him work his way up the mountain here. There we go. Now then, I'm going to take a small amount of blue on the brush and just begin tapping right here. We need some dark color right underneath these trees. Add a tiniest little bit of white. Oh, look at there. Oh, that's pretty. Okay, maybe we'll have a nice valley under this mountain. It's such a big, beautiful mountain. I don't want to put too much in here and distract. So we'll take a little bit of this black color. I'm going to add to it sap green. So I have black with sap green. And I'm just loading the brush full of paint here. Okay, let's go up here. And then just begin tapping it in. Now the big thing we're looking for here is angles. We have to make a decision about the lay of the land and where it goes. So we're looking for angles. Begin creating the lay of the land. There we go. Now, you know, in the first show that we had in this series, I mentioned to you that in this series I was going to bring a few friends on and show you some fantastic painters. And next week, I hope you join us because I'm going to bring you a super lady named Dorothy Dent. And she comes to us out of Missouri. And if you haven't heard of Dorothy, by the time the show's over, you'll understand why I'm so crazy about Dorothy and the way she paints. She is unbelievable. So I hope you're with us next week and hope you enjoyed. We're probably going to be doing a whole series with Dorothy in the near future, so stop by and see us next week and see what you think. Okay, there we go. Just drop that right in. So we want it to blend evenly here. So here I'm just taking that out. All right. Now with the same old dirty brush, I'm going to add a little tiny bit of paint thinner and go right into some cad yellow. Now since I have green already on the brush, when I hit this yellow, I'm going to get some beautiful, beautiful greens. And all I'm doing here is just tapping. Just tap, 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 tap. Maybe a little yellow ochre. And sort of work the color back and forth. Mix the color on the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe there's some beautiful little hills. Once again, pay attention to the lay of the land and begin highlighting some of these. barely touching, just gently tapping down. Now, if there's a little hill here, you want the top of the hill to be the brightest, because that's where the most light would strike. And then it'll get darker and darker and darker and darker and darker. Maybe. I see another one right there. Just visualize these in your mind and drop them in. Little Indian yellow. Just let them go. Maybe right here. There's one back in the distance. I don't want as much color back in here. Very, very soft, very quiet. I like this kind of painting because it has both harshness in the mountains and then it's very, very soft down here. And it brings so many different things together, just the way nature does. And study nature. Nature is the best teacher. Nature will teach you color, composition. Just study it. Look at what's around you. No matter where you live, even if you live in the city, nature's still there. Beautiful things everywhere. But sometimes we look at them every day and we get to where we don't see them. There we go. Okay, now while I have this big old brush going here, tell you what, maybe this big tree lives right here. So I'm gonna go right back into this dark color. This is that black, right into some sap green. I'm gonna pull this brush in one direction. Look at there. Really pull it through the paint. Turn it around here so you can see the end of it. Look at all the paint that's in that son of a gun. It is really full. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Now, decide where you want to have a tree. And maybe a tree lives right there. Touch, push, bend. Just touch it, bend it. Touch it and bend it. Really make that brush work. Make the paint work. Maybe it comes right on down the hill here. This is just black, this sap green in it. Okay, we just fill all this in. And in case you joined us late, the black is made from alizarin crimson and phthalo green. Makes a beautiful, beautiful, true black, and it's very transparent. On a lot of the shows, we do the black canvases, and we're always looking for transparent color. Okay, maybe going down this hill here, tell you what, use this same old black and green color. Throw a little Prussian blue in it, that's nice and strong. Maybe there's some little evergreens that live right there. And the same as we did in the back here, we're just making indications of these little evergreens. We don't want to get them too distinct. We want them to run right over the edge of the hill, right on off into the distance. There they go. Now, maybe, tell you what, maybe there's one that lives right there. Maybe it rained a little more on him and he got strong, or maybe he's a little older. We'll make a little more detail. Tough old tree. But even tough old trees need friends, so we'll give him a little friend right there. Right there. Now then, let's use a 1-inch brush and I'll put a little paint thinner on it. Or you could use a little magic white. I'm using paint thinner today. Just something to thin the paint. Our golden rule, if you remember, thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Pull that brush through there. A lot of color on it. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, touch, push, and this is where we make all the beautiful highlights. Now, when you're doing this at home, if your paint doesn't want to stick on here, which is one of the major problems, then your paint's too thick. Add a little bit of paint thinner or a little magic white to it, and you'll find it sticks. You have to start with a paint that's very thick. I'm adding a little yellow ochre to my color. And we'll go right here, and we'll make another happy little bush, just like so. And right there, there's another one. Just drop him in. Okay, maybe there's one right there. Wherever. This is your world, so you drop them in where you want them. Tell you what, I'll just wipe off this fan brush a little bit, and I'm gonna go right into some Van Dyke brown. And maybe there's a big, beautiful pine tree that lives right here. I like to do big trees, and I'm just using this Van Dyke brown and just tap it right into the canvas. Boy, there's a big old tree coming right along there. Now we need some highlight on this tree, so without cleaning the brush, I'm going right into some burnt umber and a little bit of white. And I'm going to come right down the side here and just put a little bit of highlight right along here, just like so. There we go. And just work it in. Now then, with a little bit of paint thinner on the liner brush, I'm going into some brown. And let's put a happy little limb or two out here on this tree. And I'm turning the brush so it makes all kinds of little things happen. Just like so. And we're using a paint here that's very, very thin, and it flows. So wherever you want these limbs, just drop them in. Maybe they come right on around, wherever. They don't all just hang right off the sides. And we can put some little arms out here, like that. Okay? Now then, I'm going to use a little yellow, a little sap green, and we'll put a little tiny bit of highlight on these little evergreens here. Don't want much, I want to keep them dark. And back to my other fan brush with the white on it. And maybe, I'll tell you what, there's a little bitty path. There it is, right there. Give us the indication of a little path. Then with the fan brush, you can just very gently pop in some little grassy areas. Just pushing upward with the brush, let them go. There's some right there. Coming right on along. And that easy, you can build a beautiful mountain, almighty tree. Put a little leaf right up here. And I think with that, the old clock on the wall tells us it's time to go. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. I'll see you next week. Hi, I'm certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. Let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, I'll show you what I've got done up here. Today I have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas. I'm using 18 by 24, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of the liquid white. And the liquid white is just designed to make the canvas wet. It's an oil-based medium that makes it wet, that's all. So we're ready to go. Today let's start with our little 2-inch brush, and we'll go right up here into the phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue, it's very, very pretty blue. We'll pull a little bit of that out, just a little phthalo blue. Let's go right up in the sky. And let's just dance in a beautiful little sky using this gorgeous, gorgeous color. There. See, we just work all the way across and then begin blending downward, and automatically, the color will blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and we get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And as you know, in a landscape, that's exactly what we're looking for. We want the color to get lighter toward the horizon. There we go, something about like that. And then very gently we can just go across to take out the little brush strokes. But notice intentionally I have left some little light areas in here. That will come out looking like little clouds in the sky, or little wispy things that just float through the air. And what the heck, let's have a little water in this one. Let's take a little bit of the phthalo blue. I might even add a touch, very small amount, of the phthalo green and a little bit of black just to darken it. Okay, let's go back up in here. So I say maybe we'll have some water in here. I don't know exactly where it's going to be, but wherever, we'll already have our blue color down. And we just put water wherever we want it, and where it's not supposed to be, we'll just paint right over it, no big deal. There, because as you know, we don't make any mistakes. We have some happy accidents sometime, and we learn to work with those. Okay, now then, let me wash the old brush. I just like to get even with the camera people, and this is my time. All right, shake it off, and we got them. All right, that's the most fun part of this whole thing. If you want to put the indication of a happy little cloud in the sky, you could just take and tap a little white on your brush. I don't want big clouds in this painting, I don't think, just a little. Be right back. Put a little touch of pink in there, just to warm it up. And you could go up in here And as I say, if you wanted a cloud indication, you could do it just by doing something like this. A little bit of white with a touch of pink in it. But I don't want a lot of clouds in this painting. I think today, tell you what, let's try doing some fantastic mountains, something that's a little different and give you a little challenge in your life, and I think you'll enjoy it. There, I just pull those and blend them a little bit. And that's a nice way of making little wispy, soft clouds. There we go. And we're in business. And we get to wash the brush again. There. And we're back. All right, today, let's see. Let's take some midnight black, alizarin crimson, more crimson, maybe a little touch of the phthalo blue in it too. I want something in the reddish lavender hue. Shoot, let's get crazy. This is our world, and we can do anything in our world that we want. Cut off a little roll of paint, have it living right on the edge of the knife. Come right up in here. Maybe we got a big mountain. We do now. Lives right there. Just where. Let's have a lot of mountains. Let's play with some mountains today. Push that paint right into the fabric. Just get right in there and push it in. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. And there's another one. Just get up in there and push it in. The only thing we're concerned with is this nice top edge. We don't even care what's happening down below, at least at this point. Maybe down through here. We'll have another one here. I didn't know we was going to make a whole range of mountains, but that's okay. Sometimes it starts working good and you just don't know when to stop. Okay, now let me get a big brush. I want to grab this and pull it. I do this always nearly in mountains because it does two things. It removes excess paint and it blends that color down. It's mixing with the liquid white and automatically it gets lighter toward the base. And in the landscape, that's what we're looking for. There. And you can sort of use brush strokes here to figure out angles and highlights in your mountain. You can see these things. I don't know if they show up well on TV, but you can see them. And it's a super way of laying out your whole mountain without being committed in the least. There, just using the brush strokes. When you paint, you'll understand if you can't see it. Sometimes it's hard to make out on television. There. About like that. Okay, then we get to wash the brush again. That's really what I want to do today. This is your lesson in brush washing. We're ready now. Today, let's take titanium white, put a little bright red in it. Just don't want too much. Bright red is so strong, eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. There we go. Maybe I'll put a little of that mountain color we used in there to dull it down so it's not quite so bright. Yeah, that's better. I like it better. Sometimes it can get so bright it hurts your eyes. Have to wear sunglasses when you paint. There. Okay. Now, let's go this direction today. I just want a little hint. I don't want a bright mountain today. I just want a little hint of color in here. Very gentle, very gentle. See? Just decide where these things are and let them go. There we are. Okay. There. Get that edge a little better. See there? Very gentle though. Just barely caressing the canvas. Barely caressing it. I made that a little brighter because in my mind maybe the light's zinging right through there. There we go. And if one's brighter than you want it, just rub it a little bit. It'll go away. It'll go away, no problem. A little bit over in here. Something about like that. All right. Now then, have to start making some big decisions. Where's all these things at? There. Just play with color. Painting is so much fun when you play with color. And you can make any kind of world you want. It can be real, it can be fantasy, it can be something that exists only in your mind. And maybe that really is, ooh, I hit a little blue there. Let's use it. See, that's some of them happy accidents. I like it. There. See, we can just do that. That'll create a nice, soft, misty little effect down there. Just using the knife to blend. There, see how soft it looks? All right. Now, take a little white, little touch of the Prussian blue. Prussian blue is quite dark. Maybe I'll even put a little black in it. Ooh, that's good, that's good. Not much though, not much. I want the least little hint. We'll go right up in here. We'll just put the least little hint here. I don't want a lot of shadow color in this. Just some here and there. Maybe a little bit lighter just so it shows up there. How's that? There we go. Maybe over in here, just a little touch. There. This painting will give you a lot of practice using the knife and making some big old mountains that are gorgeous. I'll just jump back and forth between highlight and shadow here, and in places let them mix together. It's all right. You can do anything that you want here. Any old thing that you want. There we go. Make another little bump right there just by doing something like that. See, it makes a nice deep area in there. I'm gonna take a little yellow ochre, least little touch of bright red in it. And I want the least little touch maybe here and there of some orangey color. Don't want much, just the least little touch right in there. There, see there? Just to warm it up a little here and there. Back over in here, we need a little something back in this little goober. There it is. All right. There. I have one of my favorite people in the world is my Aunt Susie who lives in Georgia, and she's all the time saying there's a little goober right there. I think a little goober means a little peanut. In Georgia, a goober is a peanut. There we go. All right. And we can just put these wherever. Okay. Little highlights and shadows. Now you can spend a lot of time just playing like this and putting in all kinds of little nice things wherever you want them. A little dark color here and there. And then just take and sort of work them in. Looks like all kinds of things that are happening in your mountain. Boy, them some rugged looking old rascals already. There. See there? Just sort of blend them with a knife. There, I'm just really pushing very hard. You can probably hear how hard I'm pushing on the canvas. A little bit of that shadow color and just blending it in. There we go. Don't want to spend the whole show just playing with mountains, but I thought you'd like to see some mountains that are a little different and a little more fun. Sometimes these are just something different to do. There. I like to put these little dark areas in because it makes all kinds of nice things. There we are. Something like that. I'm going to put a little... But by now you should see how we make them. I want to introduce you to a fantastic lady while I'm finishing up this little mountain. You know, I tell you, I work with a lot of the rehab people all over the country. This lovely lady's name is Cindy, and she's right outside of Orlando, Florida. And she allowed me to come out and film some of her animals. And this is a little sandhill crane. And they think when it was in the egg, its neck got twisted up. And it probably will never be able to be released. But gorgeous ladies like Cindy devote their whole life to just taking care of God's little creatures like this. She has all kind of creatures out there. If you saw the owl earlier, that belonged to her. That's a baby that she's getting ready to release. Probably by the time you see this, he'll be out and living on his own someplace, having a good time. But I have the greatest admiration for people who devote their whole lives to them. Now see, here's Cindy showing me the biggest squirrel I have ever seen in my life. This is called a Sherman fox squirrel. I think they're quite rare. There's not many of them left. I'm just tapping the bottom of the mountain here. There's not many of them left. And she has one that is so tame that he's just unbelievable. He is gorgeous. His name's Little Bit. I don't know, there's nothing little about him. He's as big as a small kitty cat. There. All right. Look at the tail on this rascal. He is something else. As I say, his name is Little Bit. But isn't he something else? There. Okay. That's about all I'm going to do on these mountains. That's a very simple little mountain to do. I think you'll like it. And it's a little bit different than some of them that we've done. Tell you what, let's take, what do we got? Black. Prussian blue. Phthalo green. I like phthalo green. Put it right in there and put some crimson in with it. Ooh, a lot of nice, rich dark color. Let's make some trees. Grab the old fan brush. And we'll just fill it full of color. A lot of color in it, both sides. Okay, let's go right up here to the canvas. Big decision time in our world. Does now. Lives a happy little tree. I'm going to push upward. Make little pushy up trees. Just use the corner of the brush, push upward. That phthalo green in there just gives it a nice little effect. I like that. I like that. You can use sap green in there, phthalo. It's up to you. Sometimes I use sap green, sometimes I use phthalo. Depends on what your mood is, what flavor you're looking for. Painting is such an individual thing. Even from day to day, my mood changes. What turns me on one day may turn me off the next. There. That's why painting is so fantastic. It's one of the few things that you never seem to get bored with. Because if you painted for 1,000 years, you know that your next painting is going to be your masterpiece. And I hope you're plagued with this discontent. And by discontent, I mean, I hope you're plagued with never in your life being satisfied with the painting that you do. Because as long as you're not totally satisfied, then you'll continue to strive to be better, and you learn from each experience. And I really believe that if you painted for 1,000,000 years, there'd be one more thing that you could learn. There. I've painted since I was about 19 years old. Did my first oil painting when I was about 19. And to this day, I have not even scratched the surface. As I travel all over the country, I like to go to museums and look at some of the fantastic works that artists have done for a long time. One day I hope to see an original painting by Leonardo da Vinci. He, to me, is the greatest painter who has ever lived. He's just my personal hero. I think the man was just so gifted, not only in painting, but in engineering, thinking about anything he tried. There we go. I'm just painting these little backwards here, so we'll pull them down in a second and we'll have some little reflections going right in there. There they are. There. All we're looking for is just basic shape. Okay, clean, dry, 2-inch brush, grab it, pull straight down, gently. See there? Those basic shapes remain, then go across. That easy. That easy. Maybe in our world back here, I'm gonna take some black and some Van Dyke brown. Maybe we had some nice stones that live back here. So we'll put in some dark color first. Something like that, doesn't matter. Then we'll come back, take a little bit of white, a little bit of dark sienna, maybe even a touch of the yellow ochre in there. There. Just various colors here. I'm just looking, ooh, got a little blue in it too. That's all right, I guess. Doesn't much matter. And just barely cut, just let the knife sort of graze here and there. And don't cover it all up. Just let it bounce and touch and find little places. The paint's thick. It'll pick out little places in there. All right. I got several fan brushes. I'm going to grab another one, put some sap green, some Indian yellow, yellow ochre, all the different yellows and greens in here. Something like that. Let's go up in here. And there and here and here and there. I'll pop in, just pushing upward. A few little bushy areas that live right along in here. Maybe there's a bush lives there. See? See? There he is. You put them wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Take a little bit of brown and white on the knife. Put the indication here and there of a little trunk, stick. You can scrape right through. Put in a few things like that. Back to our brush that has the green on it. There we are. Make it a little darker. We come back in here and pop in a few little highlights. Don't want many. I want this to remain quite dark back in here. There. Just a few. Just a few. There's one. See? A few little highlights on some of these little trees. Want it to stay dark, though. I like that back here. There. Pushing upward, though. Just bending it upward. All right. Shoot. We're coming right along here. A little liquid white. There. Cut across. Let's come right in here and put the indication of a little water line. Something that, actually it's just a light color that breaks up between these two dark areas. There. See, just run it across like that. Something like that. There. All right. Okay, time to get serious here. Got to do the other side. I like doing them big stones. And our whirl. You ready? Here we go. Big stone. Lives right there. Big stone. This is just brown, black, something like that. We go back to the little highlight color that we had. Just sort of let that follow right around and just barely graze it. Just barely graze it. Just let it pick up on the high parts of that paint. Paint's very thick. Just worry about basic shape here. That's all. That's all we're worried about. I'm going to put some big trees and stuff in there anyway, so we don't have to worry too much. Might even cover up part of it. Pull some of it down. Make us a little reflection. Lives right there. Let's see here. Let's make another big tree over on this side. I don't want it left out. Okay. Let's start right here. Make a big tree. I'm pushing upward using that same tree color that I used before. There. Make a big, strong tree. Not all of them have big points. Maybe we'll have one here that maybe his top's not so sharp. That happens with evergreens. I've seen some that are just look like they got broke when they were a baby. There. We'll bring it right in front of the rock. There we go. Now then we'll give him a friend. You know me. I think everybody should have a friend, even a tree. There we go. Because I like trees. I like trees. I spend a lot of time out in the woods just looking and studying trees. There we go. Something. Oh, let's see here. Tell you what. Let's just fill all this in with some dark stuff. Maybe we'll have some nice grassy areas right here. I don't know. If you put it in, then you're going to do something with it. Doesn't much matter. Because we can do anything here. We can change anything. We can add, subtract, just figure out where you want it to be reflections, where you want it to be ground, and do it. Just do it. Take a little brown and white, and maybe here and there in this old tree you can see a little trunk. A little bit over in here. Get our brush that had the fan brush that had the green on it. And we can go back in here and just pop the indication here and there of some gorgeous little highlights in this tree. There. This one has a little more yellow ochre in it. There we go. So it's a little different flavor. Just change the flavor a little bit. All right. The other little tree needs something too. Don't want much on him because he's probably behind that one. All right. And maybe we'll just let me dip it into a little touch of the paint thinner. We'll go into a little of that green color we have here, and all the yellows, a little bright red here and there. Tap a little color into the brush. Maybe there's a little grassy area. Yep, you're right. Lives right there. See it? Just a happy little area. This is a nice place just to kick your shoe off and run through the grass here with bare foots. I like to do that. Just all kinds of little things going on in here. Wherever. See, you make the decision where those things are. Something about like that. Tell you what, let's grab the old 1-inch brush. We'll get crazy. Got a second left here. We'll go right into some yellow ochre. I want a nice tree. Lives right there. And we can use just plain yellow ochre because we already have some dark back here. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right there. And he's got a friend that lives right here. See, something like that. And take a little brown and just put a few little indications of some trunks in there, like that. Shoot, we're coming along pretty good here. Okay, take a little bit of the liquid white. Let's just come in here, put on a little water line, something like so. Shoot, I think we're about to have a finished painting. It's a very easy painting. I hope you tried, because it's a good study in doing mountains. Scratch in a few little sticks and twigs, and your masterpiece is finished. Hope you've enjoyed this one. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 10th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, I hope you grab a few paints and some brushes and come along and paint with us. If you've been with us before, first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me back again. So I tell you what, let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with a titanium white and working all the way around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and talk a second. This is an 18 by 24 canvas. This is a double primed pre-stretched canvas, and I've covered it with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white, which makes it wet, makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas. So we have that ready, so let's get together and let's do a fantastic painting. I'm going to start off today with a small amount of phthalo blue, and we'll just take and pull a little bit out and then tap the brush. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the brush. Just tap it. Just tap like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, let's start right up in here, and we'll use little crisscross strokes. Just make little X's. And let's put in a happy little cloud, little sky. Okay, a little more of the color. And this phthalo blue is very pretty, bright and shiny. It's a happy color. There. Just continually use these little crisscross strokes and allow the color to, it just literally blends with the liquid white. And as you work downward here, and you get all these fantastic little effects automatically. See, and that easy, you have a quick little sky. There. Now, while I have this on the brush, tell you what, let's add the least little amount of phthalo blue, or phthalo green, I mean. So we have phthalo blue and phthalo green, just a small amount of the green, it's very strong. Let's go back up here. Maybe we'll have a little water in here. So we'll just pull right across like this, very gently, and pull from the outside in. There. See, try to pull though from the outside in. If you start here and come across, it'll leave a great big mark. It's very hard to blend out. And we want to make this as easy as possible. Then here, all we'll do is just blend that together. And that little light area remains right here, and it sort of gives the illusion of a silhouette of light coming across there, just a little shiny area. Okay, let's wash our brush now. If you've painted with me before, you know this is the fun part. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess, and then just beat the devil out of it. All right, now with a nice clean brush, now we'll go right back up here And we'll just blend this guy out a little bit. Still using the little crisscross strokes. Now you can work this guy until it's absolutely dead, or you can leave some of these little dark and light areas in it to give it some life. And very gently, we'll blend it to take out the brush strokes. Come right across the bottom. And we have a happy little sky. That easy. That easy. Okay. Now then, let's make some big fluffy clouds today. I'm going to go right into the titanium white with a 1-inch brush. Pick up the least little touch of the bright red. Very small amount. It's very strong. Eat up your whole world. Okay, load a lot of paint into the brush. Let's go up here now. Now maybe there's a happy little clouds that just sort of float right around in the sky and have fun. Just sort of mix them up on here. Clouds are very free. Just let them play. Let them play. Maybe he comes right off in here and goes off the top of the canvas. Wherever. Wherever. This is your world. So you create any kind of illusion that you want in your world. There we go. And these are just little floaters, little happy clouds. And you can put as many or as few as you want. Okay, now then, we'll take a clean, dry, be sure it's dry, 2-inch brush, and I'm going to just gently blend it using tiny little circular strokes, tiniest little strokes, and just blend this together. Just blend it. Just sort of mix it up. Okay. Then we're going to lift it. This sort of fluffs the cloud. Just fluffs it right up, like so. See? And then very lightly. There we go. Isn't that fantastic? You can do a happy little cloud that easy. Okay. Shoot, we're just going right along here. Tell you what, I lived in Alaska, nearly 14 years or so, and I really like mountains. So let's do a fantastic little mountain today. I'm going to take some black, some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown. We'll put some alizarin crimson in there too. Be careful with the crimson or your mountain will turn purple, which is all right. That's all right. They wrote a beautiful song about purple mountains. Pull it out very flat and then cut across so you have a small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. There you go. Let's go up here. Now then, you have to make an almighty decision. Where's your mountain live? I think he's going to live. He is now. Right there. Right there. Maybe there's a bump there. You just sort of make a decision and put it in. Mountains grow in all kinds of shapes and colors. And there, you're restricted only by your imagination. Pull this right over like that. Now scrape off all the excess paint. Here I'm just really using firm pressure. Pushing that paint right into the fabric. Now then, we'll take a 2-inch brush and I want to grab it and pull. This removes excess paint and blends it out so it gets lighter at the bottom. If you can see the entire mountain, it's always lighter at the bottom than it is at the top because we have mist and pollution and all those things that break up and diffuse light. See? Because this is wet, so you can just move this paint. You can pull it. You can move it all over the canvas. If this was a dry canvas, you'd be in Agony City right now. There we go. Well, let's go back to the knife. And let's put some snow on this mountain. For that, I'll take the titanium white and pull it out very flat. And then cut across to get that little roll of paint again. See there? Okay, let's go back up here. Now, think where your light's coming from. You have to start making some big decisions now. If you're right-handed, normally it's easier for the light to come from the right side. So let's go right here. Touch, no pressure. Just the weight of the knife. No pressure. See there? Let it float right down the side of that mountain. Look at there. Look at there. See? Just follow the angles in your mountain and let it float. Absolutely no pressure. No pressure. Pretend that if you're not careful, your hand will just literally float away. just float away. Very soft and very gentle. There we go. See, and then you have to make big decisions. Maybe this peak right here. Oh, look here, there it comes. See? See, you can bring it right in front. You can move mountains. You can do anything on this canvas. On this canvas, you have total power. Absolutely. Now then, let's put some shadows in there. For that, I'm going to take some white. We'll put a little Prussian blue in it. Just white, Prussian blue. Mix it up to us about that color. Pull it out very flat again. Cut across. Once again, we have a small roll of paint. It's very important how you load this knife. Okay, let's go back up here. I want to touch and just pull down. Now we're following the angles on the other side of the mountain. Watch here. I want to push that back. So we'll come here, and then I'll come distinctly through. See how it pushes that peak right back? That's sneaky, huh? It's easy to do. You can do it. You really can do it. There's no big secret here. We'll show you everything that you need to paint fantastic paintings. There we go. Look at that, see? When you put those shadows in there, everything just sort of pops out at you. It brings it alive. The shadows are very important. So now we have a little hunk of paint right here that doesn't look like much until we add a shadow under it. See there, you add a shadow and it becomes a separate entity. Becomes a ridge all by itself. Come right over in here. And just pull in all kinds of happy things. And you can move these mountains anywhere that you want them. Watch here. Sometimes it's fun just to play some games. You can come right down in here and look at there. Look at there. There's another peak. That easy. That easy. But when you put the shadow in here, then it really becomes a personality all on its own. See, you can create little ridges wherever you want them. And it's just a game of angles. Mountains are just geometric shapes. Now we can take, maybe I'll bring this one distinctly in front of that. See there? And it pushes that mountain back. This is one of the ways that you create depth and distance in your painting. There we go. Just work with different planes. There we go. Okay. I get carried away sometimes. I really like to paint mountains, and I'd cover up the whole canvas with mountains. And that's not bad when you're learning. Take an old canvas and start at the top and paint all the way down with mountains, and then just zip them right off and do it again. That's the way you learn. If there's a secret to anything, it's practice. Just practice, and you really can do this. I get hundreds and hundreds of letters from people all over the country, just like you and I, and they're painting beautiful pictures. Well, some of the series we've showed some of the photographs that people have sent. It's almost unbelievable. There, all I'm doing is tapping and then lifting upward. The lifting upward like that removes the tap marks and creates that nice soft misty area down there. And over here, we follow these angles. Always follow the angles that you've created in your mountains. See there? Isn't that easy? We got a happy mountain. Okay, let's make some little footy hills back here. I'm gonna start off and mix up some color. I'll just use this mountain color, and let's put some white with it and see what we have here. So that's just mainly some blue and black, alizarin crimson, and to that I'm going to add the least little touch of sap green, just to give it a little greenish color. Now part of it here I'm going to add some white and make it even lighter, just like so. Okay, let me clean my knife. And then let's use a different brush today. This is an oval brush. Maybe we can get a close-up shot of it. It's a little different. See, it's sort of round. This is an oval. A little different. Watch here though. I'm going to fill it full of that color we just made. Just really load it full of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, you have to make a big decision. Let's say a little footy hill lives right here, and all I'm doing is just tapping. Isn't that fantastic? Look at all the little things it makes in there. Looks like just the tops of thousands of little trees far off in the distance. Look at there, look at there. See? Isn't that a super easy way to make little footy hills? Now with a clean, dry brush, I want to create some mist at the base of this. So all I'm going to do is just tap the base. Just the base down here. Don't tap the top. I'm going to soften that. Then we'll give it a little tiny upward lift. Now then, I'm going into the same color, only a little bit darker. Just a little darker. Load the brush the same way. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's another little footy hill, and he lives right here. By being a little darker, it stands out. As things get closer to you in a landscape, they should get darker in value, darker in color. Look at that. See there? Maybe there. See how easy that is? Painting does not have to be difficult. Does not have to be difficult. You don't have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth to be able to paint. You can do it. And it's fun. There we go. Tap in a little bit of mist, just like so. Give it a little upward lift. And you can make layer after layer after layer. Take a little more of that color, same color, just a little darker. Watch here. Maybe you want to come right in here and put the indication of another one. There's no limit, but they need to get a little darker as they work forward. Look at there. If I'm not careful, I'm going to cover up the whole canvas with foothills and mountains. There we go. Isn't that easy? We have several layers of foothills, and these different layers are planes. Once again, this is what causes a depth in your painting and really makes it look good. Of course, we're not interested in making money, but should you ever be looking for that happy buck when you're painting, this is what sells paintings. Let's have some fun here. We'll take some black, some Prussian blue, sap green. We'll throw in some alizarin crimson too. What the heck? Good dark color. Should look black. Let me clean the knife. Okay, now I'll use a fan brush. Load it full of paint. A lot of paint. Both sides. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's some little evergreens that live back here in the distance. Here, I'm just going to take and tap downward. There's some little trees. They're not all evergreens, maybe. There's all kind of trees. Just tap downward. Tap it downward. See there? Now these are a little closer, so you're beginning to see a little more detail. A little more detail. There, now, maybe. Ooh, there's a nice one. See, just tap downward, though. It makes those nice little happy tops up there. And don't make them all real even, because then they'll look like fence posts down there. Give them some character. There we go. Okay. There. Now this color is a little darker, so it stands out. Now let's have some fun. When I was a traditional painter, one thing that used to drive me crazy was reflections. Watch here on a wet canvas, so all you do is grab it and pull it down. Just grab and pull down, straight down. Where the trees are taller, pull down a little further. Look at that, look at that. Instant reflections. Isn't that fun? That's one of the things that works the best in this method of painting, is reflections. Just pull it straight down, and then very lightly, 3 hairs and some air. Just go across, and it creates the illusion of water. Yeah, then take a little of the liquid white on my knife, and we'll get a touch of the dark sienna and add to that, just the least little touch. There, just to dull it down. Now then, when you load this knife, take and cut across like that. See, cut right across. See, pull it out flat and then cut across. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, come straight into the canvas, push very firmly, and just cut in a happy little water line. And keep this basically straight. You can go anywhere you want to go, but the individual strokes should be straight. Otherwise, your water's going to look like it's running right out of your painting and get your floor wet. Then you're going to be upset with me. We want you to be happy. There. See? Maybe a little ripple here and there. All kinds of happy little things. Isn't that easy? That easy. You got it. Now you can take a clean fan brush, a with at least a little bit of white on it and make it look like little tree trunks far away just by lifting upward. Just far back in the distance. Just barely touch and lift straight up. There, just a few. Don't overdo. Wash the old brush. And let's have some fun now. Shoot. Let's have some fun. Go mix up a bunch of dark. We'll take some of the Midnight Black, Prussian Blue. We'll even throw some Van Dyke Brown in there, Alizarin Crimson, Sap Green. Just all the dark colors, basically. It doesn't matter. Make a big water paint. Okay, let me clean the old knife off here. And let's have some fun. Let's get a big brush. And I'm going to load this full of paint. So often we avoid this big brush because of its size. But the big brush can do fantastic things. Wiggle it. Wiggle it. That loads the bristles full, and pull it. That makes it very sharp. And we're loading this brush to a chisel edge. And it takes a lot of paint in the brush. You need enough paint to hold the bristles together. See how sharp that is? Very good. That's a chisel edge. Let's go up here. Now then, maybe, tell you what, maybe a happy little evergreen lives right there. We touch, then just the corner of the brush, begin working back and forth. And we got to put some arms on this tree. Got to give him some little arms so he can reach up and gather the sun up. Look at there. Look at there. Reload your brush for each tree. Each tree. There we go. Corner. And you sort of make those bristles bend downward. Isn't that fantastic? Look at that. And you can put as many or as few trees as you want. Many or as few. Maybe. Yep. Let's have a third one there. We don't want them to get lonely. You know, even trees need a friend. We all have to have a friend, so we just put one right there. Okay, let's make some leaf trees. To do that, we pull the brush through the paint like so. One direction. Pull it firmly through the paint. And that rounds one corner. See there? It gives it sort of a rounded look. There we are. Now, with that rounded corner toward the top, let's go right up here. Let's put a happy tree that lives right here. Touch and give it a little push. Just bend the bristles. See there? And then form your tree. Just like so. It's that easy. Just form your basic shapes. Sometimes you get carried away and just keep going there. What the heck? We'll just push that little lake way back in the distance. What the heck? When you have this kind of power, you can move lakes anywhere you want them. We'll put a happy tree right here. There he comes. Just bring all that right on together. There. And here, all I'm doing is putting in some dark color. We'll come back and we'll highlight all these. Look at that. And that quick with a big old brush, you got that all blocked in. Now let's put some, I'll take some dark sienna, a little white, pull it out flat, get that small roll of paint, like so. Okay, now let's go right up here. And we just put the indication of a happy little tree trunk here and there. See there? That easy. Just sort of touch, give it a little sideward pull. And maybe there's some back in here. We don't know how many trees live in there. Take the point of the knife. You can put some old dead sticks and twigs on there. That easy. Okay. Let's take some white, brown. I add at least a little touch of blue into that. Like so. Cut across. Maybe there's a little tree trunk that lives right here. See? And you can put these everywhere you want them. Watch here. You can just take the knife and scrape in all kinds of little things. And when this is all finished, some of these will show. And people will think you spent just days and days working with your little one-haired brush putting them in. Don't tell them any different. Shh. Keep our secret. Now let's take a 1-inch brush and we'll dip it right into some of the liquid white. I'll go into yellow and I'll reach up here and grab some sap green. So I've got cad yellow, sap green, and there's a little liquid white on the brush. That makes the paint thinner. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Now, Let's put some leaves on this. This is what begins bringing this painting alive. And worry about little forms here. Don't just throw them on at random. See? Make little forms. Think about there's all kind of little individual limbs living in there. All right. We can add some yellow ochre to that. And put another happy little bush. And you can put as many or as few bushes as you want. But do the bush that you think is the farthest away first, and then work forward. That way you have layers of bushes. Add a little Indian yellow to that. But these layers, once again, I know you get tired of hearing it, but it's important. These layers create the illusion of distance in your painting. Here I'm using the brush sideways and just, can you see that? Pushing it upward. That's all there is to it. Push and bend. Okay. Let's go over here on the other side. Now you have to start making some big decisions. Big decisions. There's trees that live in here. So you have to sort of pick them out. Pull them out. There they are. See that? There he is. Here's one back here. Just decide where trees live in your world. Put them in. Put them in. Maybe we'll use, I want to add a touch of the bright red here. Boy, this'll make a nice one. Don't go too crazy with this red. It's a fireball. There's a nice little color. And right in here, we'll have another little bush. See, but they're just layered, one after the other. One after the other. Looks like a nice place to go fishing. Now then, I'm going to add a little more of the sap green. Just bring this brush to a nice chisel edge. I'll go up here and put on a little bit of highlight onto the evergreens. See there? Don't kill all your dark. Be careful not to kill all your dark areas. They're very important. There. Okay, there we go. A little bit on this tree. Don't want him left out. Don't want him left out. I tell you what, if you had a beautiful place like this, you'd have to have a way to get up here and catch that big trout that lives in there. I know there's a trout lives in there. Let's take some Van Dyke Brown. And let's go right in here. And maybe there's a happy little path. See how easy a little path is to make? There he goes. And we're going to let him go around behind that tree. We don't know where it goes. It just goes right on around there and hides. We'll take some brown and some white. And then very lightly, barely touch. There's a little blue in there too. Brown, white, touch of blue. It makes gray. See? Just put some highlight on there. Now then, we want to set that path down into the painting. Let me get another 1-inch brush here. A little bit of the liquid white. Load it full of color. Now to set this path down into the painting, watch here. Push a few little bushes that come right over it. See? There's another happy little bush. And we just push that path right back. Look at there, it just disappeared. We don't know where it's going now. And we don't care. Like so. Then we can take the knife and very gently scrape in a few little sticks and twigs here and there. Let a few go right on over like that. And we'll take liner brush, a little bit of paint thinner on it. Let's sign this. We'll call it finished. I really hope you've enjoyed this, and I thank you for joining me today. I look forward to seeing you again in the very near future. From all of us, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting with me? Super. Tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let me tell you what I've done. I've got my old standard 18 by 24 inch canvas up here. I've covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's all ready to go. So, drag out your paints or pull up your easy chair, either one, and let's have some fun together. Let's start out today with some Prussian blue. Good, strong, dark blue. Just a little bit of it. Let me say that again, a little bit of it, because it is very strong. On the 2-inch brush, let's go right up here Let's just drop in a happy little sky. Let's just do a fun painting today. Start at the very top of the canvas, working all the way across, making little X's, little crisscross strokes. Little crisscross strokes. There we go. And by working across like that, and then begin working downward, your paint is mixing with the liquid white that's already on the canvas, and automatically your color will get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And that's exactly what we're looking for today. Let the paint work, the canvas work. Shoot. Take life easy. Just let it go. There we are. Now very lightly go across the whole sky. Just take out the brush strokes and bring everything together. Isn't that quick? We got a quick little sky. It's very simple and easy. Now then, add a little more of that color into the brush. Maybe we'll have a little water down here. Shoot, I love water. So, maybe the water lives in our world. Oh, I'm not sure where it's going to be. So let's just throw some blue in. Wherever we want water, we'll have it there. If we don't want water, we'll paint right over it. We're not committed at this point. We can do anything that we want to do here. Any old thing. Okay. Now very lightly, we'll go across the entire canvas. 3 hairs and some air. There. Now then, let's wash our old brush. We'll just scrub him off in some odorless thinner. Give him a shake. And just beat the devil out of him. Sometimes those brushes get away and they go, zoom, clean the other side of the room. That's when you find out who your friends are. Take a little of the titanium white. Just pull it in one direction through the brush there. Get a lot of color on the brush. Shoot, let's make some big old fluffy clouds that live up here in the sky. Tiny little circles. Tiniest little circles. There we go. And we're looking for a basic shape here. Don't just throw this on at random and hope that a cloud will appear. Sort of plan out what it is you want to do. There we go. Just basic cloud shapes. And don't stay in one area and keep working. Look here, if you just stay here and keep working and working and working, all you end up with is a big cotton ball. Now I got to get rid of that. See, but if you do one of those, you do a cloudectomy and you're in business again. That's all it takes. Okay, keep that brush moving. Let them dance in there. Just let them play. Clouds are one of the freest things in nature. We'll give them a friend right here. Big old friend. There we are. Other side. And just some very basic little shape. Shoot, whatever you want in there. There. When we were kids, we used to look at clouds and see all kind of things. And same thing happens in your paintings. Do clouds and you stand back. A lot of times you'll see all kinds of things in there. Okay, now we're just going to use the top corner of the 2-inch brush. Gently, gently blend those clouds. Gently blend them. Just here and there. Don't overwork them. Don't overwork them. Now, we'll lift them. Give them a little fluff. There we are. And very lightly. 2 hairs and some air. Just give them a little blend. Same thing over here. So give you some nice practice with clouds. They're a lot of fun to do, and they're very, very easy. Very easy. I beat the brush just to knock off excess paint so I don't have to clean it. Now we can lift these up, make some big old floaters out of them. There we go. Now maybe in our world, shoot, while we're doing clouds, maybe there's another little cloud that lives in the front here. When you can do these clouds and make just layer after layer, but do the one that's farthest away first and work forward, always working forward. There we go. Maybe it comes right on over here. We don't know. We don't know. Today I'd like to let's do a big mountain. I get a lot of requests from people wanting to do mountains that don't have snow all over them. Big dark mountains. So maybe we'll try one of those today. And if a painting develops out of it, that's even better. But I'm really interested in showing you how to do a mountain today. So let's do that. All right. Let's start with Midnight Black. And we'll put a little Van Dyke brown into it. Put a lot of color. Pull the paint out flat. Really put some pressure on it. Go straight down. Cut across. Get our little roll of paint. Let's go up here. Now you have to make a big decision real quick today. Where's your mountain going to live? Maybe in our world. There it is. Comes right down here, wherever you want it. Shoot, just drop it in. Just really push that paint in there. Maybe it goes over here, comes down. There. And all we're looking for right now is just a basic, very basic shape. That's all we're concerned with. We're really pushing that paint in there. This is just Midnight Black, a little Van Dyke brown in it. Okay, maybe this comes over and bloop, maybe there's a little bump there. Now, when you do your painting, you do it any way that you want to do it. Maybe your mountain has a totally different shape, and that's fine. Painting should make you happy. It does nothing else. It should make you happy. And if it doesn't make you happy, you're doing the wrong thing. Because it's fun. And if you can do things all of your life that make you happy, needless to say, you're going to be a happy person. There we are. Now then, I'll just take this old big brush and very gently, I'll grab some of this and just pull it. This is just pulling the paint down. Removes excess paint, makes it even so you can add more colors on top of it. That's all. There we go. Just let it blend right on down here toward the base. Okay. Well, we have one huge mountain today. Well, we said we was going to do a big mountain, so what the heck, that's all right. That's all right. Wash the old brush off. There we are. There we are. Let's have some fun now. Let's take some white. I'm using dark sienna. I'm using the little knife. Got that little knife. I'm going to put a little Van Dyke brown over here. But notice, I'm taking one pile of paint, dark sienna on one side and white, Van Dyke brown and white here. Now, maybe over in here, we'll take some Van Dyke brown, a little black, add a little of the Prussian blue to it. I'm making several different colors. A little more blue. We'll use that maybe for a shadow color. So we want it, oh, that's nice, that's nice. That's what we're looking for. Leave all these colors marbled. Now, let me wipe the old knife off. I just wipe it on a paper towel. Now then, let's go up here, get our little roll of paint on the small knife, and let's begin picking out some of these little highlights. Touch, no pressure. No pressure at all. Touch and just pull. A little bit of the shadow color maybe. Right back in there. No pressure though. No pressure. Here and there we can go back with a little dark. Add some little ridges and all kinds of beautiful little things that are happening. Sort of let your imagination go and to whatever you want. Just all types of little things happening here though. But absolutely no pressure with a knife. If you put pressure, it's going to look like you iced a cake. There you go. And just barely touching, pulling him down. To our shadow color, here and there, touch, pull down. And there's always some dark shadow areas in there. You can just drop them in, blend some colors in. Boy, you can just make some of the most ferocious mountains. This is where the old mountain goat lives. He hangs out up here and has a good time. Okay, maybe over in here even. Some little things happening. All right. Now then, we'll go right into some straight Midnight Black. Let's come right up here. Maybe there's a peak that lives right there. Goes maybe way up here. Comes down through there, wherever you want it. Just sort of think about all the things that live in this mountain. Shoot, tell you what, maybe there's a glacier in there. Maybe there's some snow laying up there. I'm taking a little of the Prussian blue and white, mixing it together. Very little blue, little roll of paint. If you want to have a glacier, maybe, I tell you what, maybe he lives right along there. Make a decision, drop him in, just let him lay in there and sleep. There. Maybe. Comes out here, I don't know. And you know, when you buy your first tube of paint, you get an artist license. And that license says you can do anything that makes you happy. So use that license. It's yours forever and ever. Okay. Back to our black. Maybe now we'll just have all kinds of little things that live right along in here. Like so, wherever we want them. Maybe that comes there. We don't know. We don't know. Wherever. Shoot, maybe some of that snow's laying down in here. But it's just playing games here with contrast. A lot of nice contrast going on. Maybe there's a little snow. There it is. Just think in these areas where there would be little areas that maybe the snow would fall in there and it didn't melt and beautiful things happen. Okay. Add a little touch of bright red here in my color. Shoot, we get crazy. A little more of the dark sienna. But leave it marble so you have all these streaks happening, because when you pick up that roll of paint, those streaks are still in the paint. They're still in there. And we can come along in here, just change its flavor a little bit. Put a little highlight here and there. Let a little light play across there, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. Little shadow here and little shadow there. There we go. Okay. And then just all kinds of nice things happening. Some more of the dark over here. There. And begin applying some little shadow things. Gotta make those little noises. Gotta make those little noises. The color in here plays right down through there. Just let your imagination go. You know, it's fantastic. I get so many letters from young people all across the country that are painting. And painting has opened whole new worlds to them. And it's so wonderful to hear from people. My gosh, some of them 3, 4, 5 years old. Their parents write and tell me that children have taken an interest in it, and they watch the show and they paint. In some areas, I have friends that have started painting clubs, especially in high school and in college and etc. And they get together and they paint together. And they have some Bob Ross painting clubs, and I was absolutely flattered to hear that. Absolutely flattered. And they've sent me some photographs, a little roll of paint, of some of the things that they're painting. It's unreal. It's unreal. And young people have a better imagination than I do. Boy, they can paint some of the most beautiful things. Here we're just putting in little doers wherever you want them. Maybe there's another stone here in the front. So maybe up here. Just sort of look around and see where you think a stone should live in your world. These are some rough mountains. And if you take your time, you can do some unbelievable effects like this. Just take your time and work at it, play, enjoy. That's the name of the game. It's enjoying. You really ought to enjoy what you do in life. If you do, then you'll do a good job. And I certainly enjoy what I'm doing. I spend half my life doing somebody else's thing. And if you can ever get a job doing the thing that you like to do best, then it's wonderful. I'm just taking a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just tapping. Just tapping. I want to create a little mist down here at the base of this little mountain, big mountain. There. Just a little mist. And then lift gently upward. That takes out the tap marks, brings it all together. Over here, we'll follow these angles. Sometimes it's nice just to take the brush the same way and tap in little grassy things that just grow right up in there. And that works very well, very well. You can just shoot, maybe we can even do a little touch of it here. You can take a little green, a little yellow ochre or something, it doesn't matter. Tap a little color in there. I just want to show you how. We're not really going to do much of it, but you can see, just follow the angles and go right on up. And you can have grass growing all down here at the foots of your mountain. And that's very pretty and very effective. Okay. That's enough of that. Let me wash the old brush, just to show you how to do that. There we are. Maybe back here, let's have some fun. Shoot. We take some black, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, there's some crimson, maybe a little sap green, whatever you got. Just mix it up, as long as it's dark. Okay, let me wipe my knife off here. We just wipe this knife on an old paper towel. Okay, find a fan brush. Maybe back here in the back, maybe there's some little trees live back here. Just drop some of those in. And this is one of the easiest ways to make the indication of a lot of little trees far away. Just take the brush and tap downward, see? That's all there is to it. You can make a whole forest in a second here. There we go. And we're just looking for basic, very basic shapes. These are too far away to have much detail. Now, sometimes, here's a problem that happens. You'll make them like this, and it begins looking like a fence. If that should happen, all you do is just add a few more trees. Just fill that in. If they get too far apart, they look like a fence. And you can either add a few more trees or put wire on it, either way. Whatever. If you want a fence, then that's what you ought to have. Sometimes maybe you want one there. All right. Hope you got to see the last show that we did it had Hank Snow in it. That son of a gun's a heck of a painter. I really enjoyed my time with him. We went to Nashville, and Annette and I did, and painted with Hank and a couple other people from the Grand Ole Opry a couple of days. He's a lovely, lovely man. Hope he sings on the Grand Ole Opry for another 50 years. Okay. Now then, I want to create the illusion down here, maybe some little trunks on those trees. So I'll just take a little white on the fan brush. Grab it, lift upward. Make it look like little trunks that are far, far away. If you happen to put one in there that's too light, just rub it a little bit, it'll go away. Okay. Now then, maybe back here, just use that same old color. Just going to tap in what'll end up being a little land area back there, little land. See, remember we wasn't worried about where our lake was going to be or a little pond, because we decided we could just chop off whatever we didn't want. Now's the time to do that. Decide where your pond's going to be, grab, pull straight down. Just pull it straight down. And this will be the reflection. Instant reflection. It's that easy. Then go gently and lightly across. There you are. Okay, now then, let's put some pretty things out there. Maybe this is fall, and all the beautiful colors are beginning to happen. Shoot, let's get over here in some red and Indian yellow. We'll make this one with a lot of red in it. But when you do it, You make it with any color that you want. I'm just in a mood today to do some beautiful colors. Some nice, bright colors. It's a fantastic day. It's a good day to be alive. Come to think of it, every day's a good day to be alive. There we are. Just tap him. Okay. Maybe we'll come over on this side. Just drop in a few more little things. Now think about the lay of the land. It begins getting very important. Ooh, beautiful red color there. In Alaska, we have a lot of mountains like this, and in the fall, the colors will change, and you have all the oranges and yellows and red. Looks like a painter went crazy, and his palette spilled all over the landscape. And I've never seen such things as Alaska has in the autumn. The colors are absolutely spectacular. A little bit here and there. Okay, now then, let's take a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Let's just scrub a little dirt down here at the bottom. Just really scrubbing that in. There we go. A little bit of the liquid white on the knife. And with that, let's just put a little water line in, just to break it up. There we go. All right. Tell you what, let's do. Maybe back here, maybe there's some bigger evergreens. We'll just take the fan brush, go right into that color. A lot of paint in the bristles. Let's go right up here. Maybe there lives in our world, maybe there's an evergreen lives there. Just sort of look around in your painting, because each painting is different. Each painting is different. Just put them in and go with them, wherever you want them. Wherever. Let's put one on the other side. What the heck? Right there. There he is. There he is. Now then, maybe down in here there's some, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's put some, yep, right along here. Let's just close this little pond in. If we had another 10 minutes on the show, there wouldn't be a pond at all. We just keep taking a little more and a little more away from it. There. But now you have just a skinny little pond out there. Just enough to be very pretty. Okay, we can come back with our nice highlight colors, our fall colors, the ochres and yellows and the bright red. And let's just begin putting in all kinds of little grassy things here. Ooh, there's some more of that red. I like that. It's pretty. There we go. Just decide where you want them. Drop them in. That's all. Maybe, tell you what, let's have a little bit of fun. Maybe down here in the foreground, take some liquid white, go into we'll use some cad yellow. Right over here and grab a little of the bright red. Whew, make a firecracker here. Let's go right up here. Maybe there lives a happy little bush right along here. A little more of the red. Just put all kinds of look at that. Little bush right here in front. Maybe, ooh, there's a nice red one. Jack Frost has hit him hard. Really thumped him. There we go. Just some little things right down here in the foreground. And in our world, maybe there lives a nice evergreen tree right there. Use just the corner of the fan brush. Work back and forth, back and forth. There we are. Right down there. Shoot, that's fun. Let's have one over here. There he goes. There, back and forth. I had a lady in class one time, she called these Z trees, like Zorro. That might be an excellent analogy, just back and forth. I get a lot of letters asking if I still teach classes, and I really don't teach many classes anymore. We have a lot of young people that are good and tough. They can go out here and do it. I got lazy. I want to stay at home. Little trunk here, little brown and white. But we have a lot of teachers that travel around and teach, including my son Steve, that little rascal. Well, he's a heck of a painter. A little yellow, a little green. Put a little highlight on these trees, and I think we'll be about done. Come right along there. A little more sap green. That's a little too bright yet. Oh, that's nicer. Yeah, I call Steve a little devil. He's 6'5". It's not so little. He calls me Shorty. Little highlight on these little trees. Shoot, we got to finish painting. Really hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. That mountain will give you a little challenge, but it'll teach you how to use all the equipment and to make some fantastic effects. So, until next time, from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today maybe we'd just do a beautiful little winter scene. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've got done up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched double prime canvas, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've covered the entire canvas with just a very thin, even coat of liquid white. So the canvas is wet. It allows us to blend color right up here. It's ready, so let's do it. Let's start today with the old 2-inch brush, little tiny brush. We'll go right into a little bit of the phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is a beautiful, beautiful color blue, but it takes very little. So we just load a little color into the bristles by tapping. See, that assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's start up in here and just make little X's, little crisscross strokes. And we'll go all the way across the top. The color is continually mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and that's why it blends beautifully like this. If you had a dry canvas, as I like to say, you'd be in agony city about now, because it just doesn't blend like this. There, that's the beauty of the liquid white. It just allows us to blend color on the canvas. All right, see, something like so, a little more color on the old brush, and we'll come right in here and do something like so. That's all. Just little cross strokes, crisscross strokes, or cross-criss, whichever. Now then, sometimes I like to make the edge of paintings a little darker so that it intentionally will bring the eye into the center of the canvas. So for that, I'm going to add a little bit of Prussian blue. The Prussian blue is much darker and much stronger. And that I'm going to apply just to the corners. Just to the corners, and we'll go over on this side, put a little bit right there. There. Now very lightly we can just blend the entire sky. I left that blank intentionally because I think I'll have a big cloud that floats right around there. While we have that color on the old brush, let's add a little more of the phthalo blue. And same way, just tapping. And I want a little water in this painting. Shoot, you know me. I would paint water in just about everything that I do. I love to paint water, and in this technique, it's one of the easiest things imaginable. There, pull from the outside in, and I want to leave a little area of light right in there. So just pull from the outside in and leave that there. That's all you have to do. And then very lightly, just go across the entire canvas. And that little light area will remain in there. And if everything works just right, it'll look like light shimmering across the water when we're all done. And now comes the fun part. It's time to wash the old brush. Wash the old brush. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. All right. We can just stay with that same old brush and go right into a little bit of the titanium white. I'm just going to bounce the corner right into a little bit of white there. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I just want to make some little fluffy clouds. And today I'm just going to do that by just tapping. Just tapping. That's all you have to do. In this series, I've done a lot of clouds like this because they're the simplest, easiest kind of clouds that I've ever found. And in past series, we've showed many, many other ways of making clouds. So you find the one that works the best for you, and that's the one that you want. I want to add the least little touch of alizarin crimson. I want to put a little pinkish flavor down toward the base of this cloud. Not much, just a little. There, just to give it a hint of pink. There, like a little sunshine's dancing through there. There we go. Now very lightly, just barely touching the canvas. I want to just barely blend that a little bit, just to bring everything together. But those tap marks up here makes very soft little tops to your clouds. Now with a clean brush, I'm just going to blend it a little. Not much. Not much. You don't have to do a lot of blending with this, because there's not a great deal of paint on the canvas. But isn't it a nice, easy way of making a big old strong cloud? Tell you what, let's give him a friend. You know me, I think everybody should have a friend. So we'll do the same thing. And maybe, yep, right there. We'll just tap in another happy little cloud. Or big cloud in this case. Maybe he lives right out through here. It's up to you. Up to you. Wherever you want it. Something like that. There. Once again, a little touch of the crimson, just to flavor it a little, right down here at the base. I'll get my clean, dry 2-inch brush, and we can just blend it and fluff it. There. Something as easy as that. And the more you blend it, of course, the more subdued it will become. And you can literally blend it away. And that's the way you correct it. If you ever make a cloud that you don't like, you just blend it away, paint you another one. We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. And all I mean by that is that after a while you become so confident with the method that you don't worry. Anything that happens, you can use it in your painting to your advantage. And that happens very, very quickly. Now then, today I'm going to make a little mountain. In past series we've made a lot of mountains, but I still get requests every day for mountains. That seems to be the favorite thing. There, we'll use a little black, a little bit of the Prussian blue, and some alizarin crimson, all mixed together. But it still looks blue. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Cut across, and we have our little roll of paint. Lives right out on the edge of the knife. And let's go right up in here. You have to make your first major decision. Where does your mountain live? In our world, it lives right there. Right there. Now you have to make a lot of decisions. How many little peaks and bumps do you have on your mountain? And this is a very individual thing. You decide. You decide. And it could be a mountain that you've seen before, or it could be a mountain that you've seen only in your imagination. It doesn't matter. But it's your mountain. That's the only thing that counts. That it's your mountain, and it makes you happy when you paint it. There. Put another one right there. What the heck? This is a good day to have a little exercise in painting mountains. Because they're a lot of fun. And of course, we're not interested in that happy buck. But if you're out selling paintings, very few things sell better than mountains. Everybody likes to have a nice mountain painting hanging in their home. And guess what kind I have in my home? I have a house full of mountains. I love them. I love them. Probably comes from living in Alaska so long. There we go. Take the 2-inch brush and just pull that paint out. Just pull it like that, very gently. And you can just move the paint on this wet canvas. Blend it. And if you can see the entire mountain, it's always more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom. And this is mixing with the liquid white, and automatically that'll happen. Automatically. You don't even have to worry about it. Don't even have to think about it. Just blend it. See, already I see like a nice valley right in there. When these things happen, treat them as little gifts, little painting gifts. Use them. I'm going to just, see, I'm blending upward now to bring a little of that liquid white up in here. I want to lighten this even more. So it looks just like a little valley. There we go. Okay, now we're going to have a little winter scene, so let's put some snow in there. We'll take titanium white, pull it out as flat as we can get it, really mash down, cut across, get our little roll of paint. Okay, now then, no pressure, no pressure. Take the point of the knife, put it right at the point of the mountain. See, just put it right up here at the point, and then let it flow. But no pressure. I can't say that enough times. Can't say that enough times. Mountains are one of the most fantastic things to paint. Just love them, and it's so easy like this. There. My son Steve, if there's anything that he really excels at in painting, probably it's mountains. Everywhere I travel that he's been, people tell me, boy, his mountain sure put yours to shame. But don't tell him that. He'll get the big head and want a raise. He works for us and just travels around and teaches. Or actually, I guess he's self-employed, because I don't pay very well. There. Okay. Now then, these back here, I want to make them look like they're very far away. So I'm just going to grab the base of them and gently blend a little bit. And that's about all I'm going to do to them. I want them to be far away. Back here in that valley. There. Since we have a little valley there. Now, I'm going to take some white, a little bit of titanium white, some of the phthalo blue. We'll mix it together like about so. There. Pull it out very flat. Once again, our little roll of paint. Normally, every time I load the knife, I load it with that little roll of paint. There. And now, just let that sort of drip right down like that. There we go. And I want it to just gradually disappear back into this little valley here. Very quiet little thing. A little bit right in here. Don't want him left out. Something like so. Maybe even a little touch there. That little shadow, though, creates the illusion of a peak or something protruding out. I want to create a mist right here. So I'm just taking the brush and tapping, following those angles, most important, then lift upward. Now, sometimes it's fun to play little games. Take a little more white and watch here. See there? Now then, we have another whole protrusion right out through here, another peak. That easy. But it needs a shadow. It needs its own little shadow, or it won't play with you. Just go away and leave you. Just go away and leave you. All alone. Good clean dry brush. And we can tap that a little bit. There. And right here. There we go. Now, sometimes it's fun to play little games. Maybe you want to create even more depth and distance in your painting. So let's take a little more of that dark color. Same old mountain color will come right about here. Maybe. Yep. We have another little mountain that lives there. Maybe there's another peak here. Doesn't matter. Whatever you want, wherever you think it should be. But you need that dark color in there just so it'll show, just so it'll stand out. It separates. It's your good friend. Take care of it. Our 2-inch brush, grab it. Zoom. Once again, just give it a little pull. Something like that. There you go. And we're going to do exactly the same thing again. Just take our little roll of paint right on here on the edge of the knife and put a little bit of snow right on this mountain. Little touch right there on that little peak. But this painting will give you a lot of practice with a knife and making some beautiful mountains. And don't be afraid if one didn't come out just right, to evaluate it, scrape it off, and do it again. Because that's the way we learn, is by doing things over and over. Over and over. And it doesn't mean that you've done bad, it means you're normal. Because I'll tell you, there's not anybody who's painted that hadn't scraped it off and redone it many, many times. Not if they're a good painter. You can bet they have scraped and repainted. It's part of the price that you pay to learn to paint. That's all. And even that is a tremendous amount of fun. There we go. Something like so. Sometimes, watch here, you can play little games. Maybe we'll just bring all that together. See, it all goes right together. But once again, let's put a little shadow right in there. Something like that. There. See there? Isn't that unbelievable that in just a couple of minutes you can make a mountain like that? And you really can. Maybe the first time you try this, it's going to take you more than a couple of minutes. But the more you practice, the faster you'll become. Initially, don't worry about speed. Don't even think about speed. You want to learn. Don't worry about speed. It comes with just a little practice. And you won't even realize it's happening. One day you'll realize that it took you maybe 4 or 5 hours to do a painting, that you're doing that same painting in half the time. And then it's half again. And then pretty soon you could knock these little rascals out just like we do here. And there is no editing here. What you see is actually what happens. Even the mistakes. There we go. I'm mixing up that same color and adding a little white to it just to make a lighter blue. I'm going to put some little trees way back in the distance. And for that, let's use our little fan brush. We just load a little color on it. Something like that. I'm just going to tap downward. Just want to make the indication of some little trees that live way back in the distance. Far, far away. We're not looking for detail. Detail comes in the foreground. There. Okay. Back here, just indications once again. Just indications. Too much detail will ruin the illusion of distance in your painting. So don't try to put every leaf on these little trees that are living way back here. You don't see them in real life. There. Now, let's take our old 2-inch brush. I want to grab the bottom of this. Watch here. Decide where land and water meet. Pull straight down. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Like that. Go across. And that quick, we have instant reflections. Instant reflections. I'll take a little liquid white, pull it out very flat, cut across, and we'll go right up in here. And I'm just going to cut in a little water line using the knife straight on, pushing very firmly. Very firmly. There. Something about like that. The water line just really, it sort of splits up these two dark colors and gives the indication where the shoreline is. Good. Now, same old color we was using. I'm going to add a little bit more of the blue to it just to darken it a little. Just to darken it up. Maybe even a little more black too. What the heck? Have it all. Something like that. Okay, let me clean off the old knife. I just wipe the knife on a paper towel. Or an old soft rag, whatever you have. Going to load the old fan brush back up. And don't be shy here. Put a bunch of color in that brush. Shoot, get brave. Get brave. Maybe in our world there's a big foothill that lives. Make a decision, Bobby. There we go, right there. See, all you got to do is just decide. Because this is your world. You have total and complete power over this world. You can do anything. Anything that you believe you can do. All you have to do, visualize it in your mind. See it over and over. There. And what you can visualize and believe in, believe that you can do. You can do. I know you can. Because I see pictures every day from fantastic people all over the country. And they are creating some of the most beautiful paintings. And that truly is the joy of painting. It really and truly is. Put a little detail maybe on that one. Maybe he's the big boss tree right there. There. I'm just tapping firmly. Put a little color on the canvas, wherever. Trees grow in every size and shape and description, just like people. Just like people. They're different. Some are big, some are small, some are tall, some are small, whatever. That's what makes them so fantastic. It's what makes people so fantastic. If they were all alike, wouldn't it be dull? Whew. There we go. There we go. Okay. I'm just really filling that in. You could do this with a 2-inch brush if you wanted to. Probably be a little easier and faster. But since I have this going, what the heck? Doesn't matter. Now I'm going to lift gently upward. But all those little splotches now look like hundreds, maybe thousands of little trees. Or however many you want in your world. You make up your mind how many it looks like. Part of it I'm going to pull straight down. Create a reflection into there. Like so. Go across. When I was a traditional painter, reflections used to absolutely drive me up the wall. Shoot, I can remember painting something and then turning the canvas upside down and trying to repaint it and make it shimmer. Reflections probably are the easiest, simplest, quickest thing that we do in this technique. A little liquid white here. Give the indication of a little water line right underneath that. Pushing very firmly, very firmly. If you ever have one here you don't like, take your 2-inch brush, grab it, pull it right into the reflections, and it just goes away. Just goes away. That easy. That easy. All right, let's put some evergreens in here. Usually when you have this kind of scenery, there's some beautiful little evergreens living around there. Clean me off a spot to work. I want them to be very dark. So we'll start with black, Prussian blue, some crimson. Well, we'll throw phthalo blue in there too. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Whew. Boy, there we go. The old knife caught on the palette there. Sometimes I get in too big a hurry. All right, load the brush full of color again. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. Let's go right up in here and decide. Our tree lives right there. So that's all it takes to make a decision. Just decide. Use the corner of the brush. As you work down the tree, push harder and harder, forcing the bristles to bend downward. Most importantly, bend downward. And underneath the limbs, that'll make all them little hangy down things that live under evergreen limbs. I don't know exactly what you call them. I've always called them hangy downs. But I bet you know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's not a proper word, but you understand. Maybe here's one that he's got a little bend in him. Just like that. There. Okay, and we'll give him a friend that lives right there. There we are. Just back and forth. Makes a neat little sound on the canvas too. I like that. I like the way it sounds. There we are. You know, it's really fantastic to me. When we finish this series, I think there'll be 312 Joy of Painting shows. Whew. It's unreal. It literally breaks every record in television history for an art show. 312 shows. And I'm getting a lot of letters now from people that say we haven't seen all the shows. And so I think what I'm going to do, I've been talking a little bit here. Maybe what I'm going to do is pick out some shows that are my favorite. The paintings are my favorite paintings. And I think we're going to put them together in a series we're going to call The Best of the Joy of Painting. And let you see what my favorites are. And this way people will have the opportunity to see how the Joy of Painting has progressed from the very beginning, because we'll just intermix these shows. I think you'll really enjoy it. But if you'd like to see it, let us know, or even better yet, let the station where you're watching this know. And we'll make it available to them very soon. We'll call it The Best of the Joy of Painting. How's that? I think it'll be fun. I'd like to see some of the old shows myself. There. I'm going to take a little white, a little crimson, a little blue, make a little lavendery color, but sort of pinkish. There. Put the indication here and there of just a little tree trunk. Wherever you want them. There, that's enough. We'll take a little liquid white, a little titanium white, I'm going to grab the least little touch of the phthalo blue and put in there. Something like so. Let's go up in here. And let's just put the indication of a little highlight, a little snow maybe laying out here on some of these. There. Darker, darker, darker. As you work down. Darker, darker. There we go. There. Yeah. Over and over and over. Okay, right on down. From here, wherever you want them. There we go. Just a few here and there. Be careful, don't cover up all the dark, because evergreens normally are a little darker than most trees, so you don't want to kill all that beautiful dark color. I'm going to take some white, a little bit of the phthalo blue on the 1-inch brush, and maybe in our world there lives some happy little bushes. So right now all I'm doing is putting in a little base color for the little bushes. Wherever we think they should be. Maybe, yeah, why not come right down like that? All right. Let me get a clean 1-inch brush. I'll dip it into liquid white. Liquid white. Let me clean off a little spot here to work with. There we go. Liquid white. Then I'm going to pull the brush in one direction only, right through the titanium white. I want to load a lot of color into a lot of paint into the bristles. There. Now with that, we're going to come back and just begin highlighting this. Make it look like little snow-covered bushes that are living right out there. Just little jewels shining in the sun. Do one bush at a time. One little bush at a time. Okay, maybe there's one. Wherever you want them. There's another one. Okay, here and there and here. And you don't have to make all of them white. Leave some of them the dark blue because they'll be in shadow. They'll be back in the shadows where the little bunny rabbit hides. There we go. We can take a little titanium white now. And let's just quickly put the indication here of a little snow right at the base of these. Something like that. But pay attention to angles when you do this. Don't just throw this on at random, and worse yet, don't pull it straight down. If you do, it'll look like huge cliffs. There. Something like this. There we go. And we just fill that in, wherever you think the little snow area should be. This is a very cold winter scene. It's all done in blues. It'll make you want to put your coat on. And I think with that, shoot, we about have a finished painting. Scratch in a few sticks and twigs, call that one done. Hope you've enjoyed it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join us today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Today I've taken just a plain old pre-stretched canvas and a little bit of black gesso and a sponge, and I've just tapped the bottom of it here a little bit. I know I want the bottom of this to be dark. Other than that, I don't know, and I really don't care. I've covered the rest of the canvas with a very thin coat of liquid clear. Very thin coat. And down here I've put just a little bit of midnight black, just because I want this to be dark. And so I've put a little color on there just in case. So let's start out today and just have some fun. Tell you what, let's start with a small amount of the Prussian blue on the old 2-inch brush, just a very, very small amount of paint. Let's go right up here. Now, I've used the liquid clear up here because I don't want to distort color. I want the color to stay very pure. I'm going to put some little spots of color up in the sky, and then we'll come back and we'll put some nice little clouds around them. Ooh, there's a little black with a touch of the Prussian blue in it. Just a little midnight black and Prussian blue, something like so. However, it doesn't matter. Just a few little spots of color. Something right along in there like that. Maybe even add a touch of the crimson to it to give it sort of a little lavender flavor. There you go. There, that's sort of pretty already, shoot. But we're not going to stop there. I think today we'll put in some great big fluffy old clouds. They're a lot of fun to do, and this is an easy way to make them work. put in our few little dark spots, and we'll just take the corner of the brush and go right into a little bit of the titanium white. We can go right into the white because there's such a small amount of color on the brush. Let's go back up here now. Now, I'm going to take the 2-inch brush and very quickly, very gently, just put in the basic little shapes. We'll come back and add a few details later. Right now, I'm just looking for a few very, very basic little shapes. Something about like that, but just the corner of the brush. Just sort of let it dance around in the sky. Little clouds are free. They just float around and have a good time. Very free. Maybe one of the freest things in nature. There we go. Something maybe about like that. Whatever. And maybe, yep, we're just going to have some holes in the clouds that we can see little bits of color through. There. I like that already. A little bit right in here. Just using the corner of the brush though and making tiny little circles. Tiny little circles. There we go. All right. And that'll give us just a little base color. Now we can come back and, shoot, I might even use a fan brush for that. We'll come back and put a few little nicety things here and there. Let's take a little white, get a little touch of the dark sienna. Ooh, I like that. That's pretty. Maybe a little more though. Shoot. There, that's good. Let's go up here. Now maybe we'll begin just dancing a little color in our clouds. We don't want color everywhere, but just here and there. We'll put in a few little basic things, then we'll come back and we'll blend them all out. I'm gonna take a little white, a little touch of the alizarin crimson. Make a little pinkish color. Little pinkish color. We'll go right up in here, and we'll just pop in some little sparklers. Want some little things to make the sky shiny and pretty. There. And this is our world. We can put anything in our world that we want up here. Like it. All right. Just doing little tiny circles though, all the time, little circles. So your clouds have form and shape and life, and they're interesting. They're not just old dull clouds. I'm going to add at least a little touch of yellow ochre to my brush. Ooh, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. There. Just a little bit though, and be careful that you don't get that yellow ochre up against blue. Because as you know, if you get that yellow ochre up against the blue, you could end up with a real nice bright green sky. And we don't want that in this painting. I think this is going to be maybe this will be a little winter scene. Let's do winter today. What the heck? There we go. A little bit right in there. See how you sometimes you can just spin the brush. Let all these little things just sort of happen. They make little lights in the sky. There. Even spin a little up in there, just to put a little floater. Nice clean dry brush, and I just beat it to make sure it's nice and dry. And I'm just going to begin fluffing, blending, bring this all together. See there? Just bring it together. Let them old clouds just float around the sky and just have a good time. Good time. There. All right. And that easy. We got a pretty nice little sky. Did you ever think you could make a sky like that in just a couple of minutes? You can. You really can with this. All right. Today, let's make a big, strong, tough old mountain. I get a lot of requests for big, strong mountains. So I'm going to take some Midnight Black and Van Dyke Brown, just mix them together. Maybe put a little dark sand in there. But mostly black and Van Dyke. Pull it out very flat and cut off our little roll of paint. See, it lives right on the edge of your knife there. Just go up in here. We got to make our first major decision. Where does our mountain live? In my world, I think it lives right here. But when you do your painting, you put this whole mountain wherever you want it. You make it any shape that you want it. It doesn't matter. Because on this piece of canvas, you have total and absolute power. You can do anything. Anything that you want to do here. Anything. Shoot. When I go home, I'm in charge of nothing but the garbage. But here, I can move mountains. There. can put them wherever we want them. We can move them. We can put rivers or lakes or anything. Anything. Unlimited power on this piece of canvas. It truly is your world. I don't know where we want this to go. Maybe we'll just make all kinds of little shapes and then we'll work on them, see what comes out of them. There. That's a very good way to practice. Just make a big bunch of shapes up here and then practice turning it into some kind of very beautiful painting. A lot of times when we're training instructors, we'll take them and have them turn their head away from the canvas and just make a big old line across there or something with paint. And out of that, then we expect them to be able to make a beautiful painting. Just from that. I don't know of any better way just to learn to work with this and to use the instruments and the tools and creativity and all those things, and then just do it. Let's take a little dark sienna, a little white, mix it together, make a nice pile there. Take a little more white, take some Van Dyke brown, put in there. I want this one to be darker. I'm going to make several piles of color here so I can just work back and forth. White. This one I'm going to add some black and some Van Dyke. There. It's more into the gray color. So we have 3 different piles of color here. Now then, let's start out with this one. Get a little roll of paint. Once again, it lives right out of the edge of the knife. And let's go up in here. And normally we pull down. Today, let's take the knife and just sort of touch and go across. Just touch and go across. That's all there is to it. This is a nice way if you're having a problem making the mountains the way we normally make them. Try this. Because I think you'll find that this works so good you almost won't believe it. Take a little of that dark color and put right in there. Not much though. I want to retain some of that darkness in there. There we go. Over here, we'll make another little, just let the knife bounce. Just let it bounce. Play, have fun. There, painting should always be fun. If it's not fun, then you're doing the wrong thing. There. I have enough things in my life that are unpleasant. So painting, it's one of those things that I reserve for good times. There. A little bit of color right in there. But isn't that fantastic that you can create all these illusions just like so? And you can do this. You can really do it. There we go. And when you're at home, you can really play and put all kinds of things here. I have a mean old director here that yells at me. She has no sense of humor if I go over 30 minutes. So, but at home you can do anything that you want to do. There we go. And we just pop that back in like that. There. Just putting the indication of a few little shadows. Once again, I don't want a lot in here. I want this to stay very dark, so it looks like it's far away, far, far away. There. All these little things that you can just drop in there and here and wherever you want them. There. I love mountains. I lived in Alaska for nearly a dozen years, and you can't live in Alaska and not appreciate mountains. Now, the mountains in Alaska, they're quite a bit different than this, but you just find an appreciation for mountains in general when you live around them all the time. There we go. But even before I had ever seen mountains, because I was born and raised in Florida, I still liked them. I liked to paint them. And then when I finally got to Alaska, I just went crazy. Because I believe God was having a good day when he made Alaska. You know how some days things just work for you. Everything you touch works. And I think God was having one of those days when he made Alaska, because everything seemed to work. All right, let's take a little bit of the little touch of titanium white. And maybe there's just a little bit of snow that lives right in here. We'll just take that and say, gotta make those little noises or it won't work. See there? Little glacier maybe lives right up in there, and let some of this just climb up the side of the mountain wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. Add a little touch of the blue in there, just to give it a little cool feeling here and there. And maybe, yep, you're right. There it goes. There it goes. Right on down. I'm going to have some trees over there, I think, so I'm not worried about over there. You know me, I always want to have a big tree. There. Just white with the least little touch of the Prussian blue in it. Least little touch, just enough to chill it a little bit. But we're just going to let that climb right up in here. Get a little touch more of the blue. And maybe it goes out over here this direction. So it looks like there's a little peak right there. There. See, just allow those colors to pick up and blend together and all those things just to happen. All right. There. Okay. Now sometimes it's fun in your painting to begin putting projections that are closer to you. By that I mean big rocks and stones and stuff that live out here. Let's take some of that same dark color, and maybe in our world there lives, boy there does now, big old rock lives right out here. Actually, this is just a little baby mountain that lives here. If you love it and take care of it, feed it well, it'll grow up to be a big old mountain like that one up there. But right now, he's just a little fellow there. But he's nice, and we like him. See, you don't have to be crazy to do this, but it sincerely helps. There we go. Put a little highlight on him. Wherever you think light would strike across there. Just like you did the big one, only he's a little smaller. Little touch of the shadowy color. Once again, I want to keep it dark in there, though. There. Just to give that illusion that there's something happening there. All right. All kinds of little bumps. Maybe there's another little thing right in here. And this is just that same dark color. We're just adding all kinds of little doers. There it comes. See there? Little projections that live everywhere. Then we can bring our little glacier or whatever it happens to be that's living in here, a little bit of snow. Just pull it right on up the side. There. If it picks up a little of that color, don't get upset about it, because that will come out when the painting's finished looking like shadows. And you need those anyway. Gives depth and dimension to your paintings. Don't worry about it. There. Just let that work right on up there. See, now that thing, that little baby mountain there, it looks like it's just sort of sitting out there all by itself. Lonely. But Mama's not far away. It's right behind him. There we go. But he's cold. I can tell he's cold out here. All right. Take a little more of that color, and maybe right behind here we'll put a little touch of shadow, just so that all comes together. There we go. There's a lot happening right there, isn't there? I like these paintings that's got big old mountains. As I say, I really like mountains. It's one of my favorite things in the world to paint. All right, we'll take some black, a little bit of brown, a little bit of the Prussian blue. Put a little crimson in there too. What the heck, I like it. Just a little crimson. Maybe a little more of the blue. Oh, ooh, that's nice. Okay, let me get an old fan brush. Maybe in our world, there lives some little evergreens that live way back here. So when they're far away, we don't want a lot of detail. As they get closer to you, then we'll need more and more detail. But right back in here, we just want to put the indication of some little things that are working down these mountains. Just give it a little upward lift. Maybe there's another row right there. I want to see some little snowy areas in between there. So I don't want to kill all that nice little snowy area. Little patches of trees that grow way back up there in the mountain somewhere. There. Now let's go on the other side. Maybe over here on this side. Yep. They're getting a little bigger. They're a little closer to you. They're not really any bigger. They're just closer to you. So they look a little bigger. But in reality, they're all the same size. This is what will give your painting depth and dimension, perspective, all those big words. There. Easy way to say it is, in painting, as things get closer to you, they should get bigger. That's all. There we go. Now we'll take a little bit of the titanium white, and once again, we're going to allow that to pick up some of that color. There we go. Just allow it to pick up some of that color. For everybody that skis, boy, this would be a dynamite skiing mountain, wouldn't it? You could just come right down there. I hope you ski better than I do, though. The only thing I'm good at is falling down. I'm not a very good skier. But it certainly is beautiful to watch. I envy those who can do it. All right, maybe, I know, I like these trees. Mix up a little more color. The Prussian blue, the black, crimson, a little brown. I just need more color. I ran out. Wipe off the old knife. We just wipe the knife on old paper towel. Now maybe on this side, we're getting a little closer. There's another tree. Now if you're picking up too much of the white color behind back here, dip your brush into a little tiny bit of paint thinner. Very little amount of paint thinner. Because remember our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So if you thin the paint down just a little bit, it'll stick without mushing together, as Steve says, my son. Steve makes up words. But everybody knows what he means when he says just your paint's mushing together. That may not be a proper word, but it makes sense when you're painting. You understand. There. We'll come back and smooth all that out in a minute. There we go. Now you know me. If you've painted with me before, you know one of my favorite things is big old trees. So I think it's time we put a big old tree or two in here. A lot of that dark, dark color on the brush. Just load the bristles full. All right, let's go right up in here. Maybe in our world, there lives, get brave, right across your mountain. And today, let's just give these trees a little upward push. Sometimes we push downward, sometimes upward, depending on the effect that we're trying to achieve. Oh, there goes my little baby mountain. But we know he's back there. And you learn how to do it, so that's really all that counts. But he was cute. There. We'll come back with a little highlight color, and we'll separate all these. Right now, all we're looking for is a nice dark base color. Okay, maybe, yep, right here lives another little rascal. These little evergreens usually grow in clumps. There, so we'll make us a little forest right here. But because we had the black gesso in there, all that dark is already in there nearly. Shoot, let's get brave. This one got a lot of sunlight and a lot of water. And he's reaching way up here in the sky. He wants to look down at the top of the mountain. There. What a view. This would be the place to live, wouldn't it? Look out across there and see all those gorgeous mountains. Makes me want to go back to Alaska. There. All right, let's put a tree or two on the other side too. I think we need one over there. What the heck? Let's have a big one. Once again, just touch with the corner of the brush and push upward as you work down the tree. Add more pressure and automatically use more and more of the brush. There. See there how easy that is? Okay. Once we get into the black gesso, we're not much worried about it. You can literally hit it anywhere you want. It doesn't matter. Once again, we're going to separate this with highlights when we put a little highlight on there. All right, a little more color. Here comes one. And in your painting, you decide how many little trees live in here. Maybe you only want a few. Maybe you want a great big forest. Another thing, if you happen to have, I know you won't, but if you happen to have a little spot in your painting that you're not real pleased with, you know, trees cover a multitude of sins. And no, you can't cover up your whole canvas. I know your painting is better than that. There we go. That little tree lives right there. But sometimes they will cover up problem areas in your painting. There. Okay. Now see, let's take a little that brown and white we had, and let's put a little tree trunk here and there in a couple of these. Bloop, bloop, bloop. You're not going to see it all. You're just going to see a little of the trunk here and there. Maybe this old big tree. You can see a little more. Just a few little things here and there. I don't want too much. Just a few. There. All right. Same old dirty brush that we painted the tree with. I'll go into cad yellow, a little yellow ochre, and instantly, because there's blue in that color, we have a nice, gorgeous green. Okay? Now then, let's go up here with that green, and let's put a few little indications of some nice highlights on some of these. I don't want it to get too bright, though. I want to keep this quite dark. This old tree needs a few, though. Can't leave him out. There we go. There. Darker, darker, darker as it gets down toward the base. There. And this little tree right here, we want him to show up, stand out. Got to stand tall out here in the sunshine. Say hello to the mountain and all the little creatures. Let's go on the other side. We'll put a few little highlights here and there on it. There. All right. Okay. A few on this tree. Now some of these trees I'm going to leave naked. I'm not going to put any highlight on them because I want them to look like they're farther away, back and behind, and very dark. Secret little things are happening in there. Now then, we'll take a little bit of the titanium white, allow it to pick up some of that tree color, and begin putting in some nice snowy areas. You want it to pick up that tree color because automatically that'll make the indication of some little shadows. See, that looks darker than it does up there, just because it's picked up the tree color. So allow the paint and the canvas and everything to work for you. Don't fight it. As I've said before in some of the shows, I'm a lazy painter. I look for easy ways to do things. Things that work very easy, very nice. And that's what makes it fun. Let's take a old 2-inch brush, a little bit of titanium white, very little. And we put a little black and blue under here, or blue and black, mostly black. Might have been a little blue in it, but I think it was mostly black on the wet canvas. And we'll just pull that down, and look at there, look at there. We have instant little pond right here below the mountain. Just a happy little pond that lives right there. And we'll take a little of that dark color, and I'll just touch, just put just a little water line under there, only dark. Just a little like that. Shoot, you take your old fan brush. Tell you what, maybe you want to maybe there's a little projection that comes right out here. And this is your world here. You can do anything that you want. That works so well. Let's put one on the other side too. Shoot. Over here, maybe this one here is on top of old stones and stuff that are laying in the water. We don't know. We don't know. Don't know that we even care. Take a little of that dark color and just put a little bit of dirt right down here. Is it still showing? Just a little. Take a little touch of liquid white. Go back in here. Just cut in the indication of a little water line that's floating around here and there. Something like so. Don't want too many. Don't want too many. Just a few. And maybe out here in the water, maybe there's a little stone that's covered with snow. Something like so. And you could pull down just a little touch to create the illusion of a reflection. Put a little dark under it, like so. Little touch of water line, just to bring it all together. Shoot, I think we've about got it here. With your fan brush, you could lift upward to bring the edges together, and you'd have a finished painting. Hope you've enjoyed this one, because it'll give you quite a little challenge. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I've got another little friend here today, and this is just a little baby robin, and he's just the cutest little thing. And he's a little nervous about being here in the studio with all the lights, and he's probably 3 or 4 weeks old. But isn't he precious? Just a little baby one. I like these little robins because they have one of the nicest personalities of any birds going. Look at that. And probably in about another 3 or 4 weeks, he'll be ready to release and send back to the wild. So let's start out today and have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, why don't you come on up here and let me show you what I've got done, and I'll set this little fella down. There you go, guy. You sit right there. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size makes you comfortable. It's covered with liquid white. It's all wet and ready to go. So let's go. Thought today we'd just do a fun little painting, something that's quite easy and that you'll enjoy. Take a little bit of we'll use a little Indian yellow today, very little. I just want to put at least a little hint of a yellow glow back here. I think I'll put a little mountain in. So I want just the least little amount of a glow, a yellowish glow coming out from behind the mountain. So very, very little of this Indian yellow. Little goes a long, long way, because it'll mix with a liquid white and it'll spread all over the canvas if you want it to. We just want a very small amount, something about like that. All right. Now then, we'll take a little touch. We'll use a little bit of the phthalo blue. Use a little phthalo blue. I like it. That's a very pretty blue, very, very shiny blue. Makes you happy to look at it. We'll go right up here at the top, make our little crisscross strokes, our little X's. See there? Both sides of the brush, though. See how you use both sides? Good. We'll start at the top, work all the way across, and then begin working downward in layers. In that way, automatically, it picks up the liquid white, and it gets lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And that's exactly what we're looking for in a landscape. Okay, maybe down to about like that. That's good enough for what we're going to do today. Now then, tell you what, while we have that old blue on there, put a little more phthalo blue, reach right next door, get a little bit of the phthalo green. So we have phthalo green and phthalo blue. And just sort of mix them together on the brush. Now, phthalo green is another color that's extremely strong. Be careful with it. Eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. Okay. And just pull from the outside in. I'm going to make a little water down here, I think, today. So pull from the outside in, like so. A little more of the paint. Start on the other side, do the same thing. Same exact thing. I want to leave a little area open right in there, so it looks like the light shining across the water when we're finished with the painting. Okay, time to wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this. That's the fun part. Okay, shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. Oh my goodness. There. Now with a clean brush, I'm just going to go gently across this entire water area. That light area we had in there will remain. Okay. Knock off any excess paint. And where these two come together, I'm just going to blend them. Just want to blend them. Now be very careful when you're using blue and yellow in the same sky, or you'll end up with a brilliant green sky. Very careful. The only reason we're getting away with this because the liquid white was on here and we've diluted this yellow till it's almost nothing but liquid white up there. But it still has a little bit of yellowish flavor in it. There we are. Okay, and I beat the brush just to knock excess paint off without going through the whole cleaning procedure. In layman terms, that's called laziness, because I don't want to have to clean it again. All right, tell you what, let's do a nice, big, strong mountain today. We're going to use some black, a lot of black, Van Dyke brown, and let's put a little bit of the blue in there, and we'll use a little bit of the phthalo blue. You could use phthalo or Prussian. I think I'll use phthalo in this particular one. Very dark color. Okay, cut off our little roll of paint. right out on the edge there. And let's go right up in here and make a big decision. Maybe our mountain lives right about there. Get a little more of the color. It comes out maybe soon. Whatever. Just put in, I'm just going to put the top of the mountain in right now. Just the top. We're going to put all kind of little doers on this mountain. There. We'll stop him right there. Now I'm going to mix up some white, and we'll just use a little bit of the midnight black, make a nice gray color. That's going to be our highlight color, maybe a little bit darker. Just black and white, or white and black, whatever your preference. For shadow, I want to use black and white, and a little touch of the Prussian blue in it. Not much, just enough blue to flavor it a little. But I want the shadow color, needless to say, to be much darker than the highlight color, but yet not as dark as the base of the mountain. Okay, let me wipe the old knife. Now then, let's come right up in here, and I'm just going to touch this and sort of let it just bounce so that it breaks. But see what's happening? Just let it sort of break going in that direction. Right up in here. Something like so. Wherever. I'm going to grab the small knife now. We're going to use a small knife, come right along in here, and just put an indication of some shadow back in here. There we are. Maybe I'll put just the least little touch more blue into my shadow. Ooh, that's nice. Like that better. We'll blue it up a little. Stands out better. There. See, it makes the indication of a big old square looking mountain up there. Now then, right in here, just using titanium white, I'm just going to touch. Just let it just sort of bounce and play along there. Maybe we'll have a big old glacier here in this one. Just sort of touch it. Then gently pull it. Gently. Okay. Now we'll put the least little touch of phthalo blue in there. Least little touch, so it looks like a little shadow area here and there. Okay, good. It looks like there's a little ridge right there. Okay, just keep working right on down. Wherever you want it to go. Think about a little glacier, though, that lives right here in this mountain. There. Okay, look at all the snow cones you could make with that. All right, and we'll just begin blending that together very gently. Now, over here on the other side, we had a little phthalo blue in that one. On this side, I'm going to use straight titanium white. There. And just let it go in the opposite direction. But I want this to be brighter, more to the white than the other side, so that you can distinctly tell that there's a light side and a dark side to this. A little shadow back here. Look at that. Now then, just sort of apply that like that. Now we can go back with a clean and very, very dry brush and grab it and lift it, following the angles, something like so. And that'll sort of bring it all together. And that's one of the nicest, easiest ways of creating the illusion of a little glacier. And let's go back here and have some dark color, maybe right there. Maybe there's another little doer right in there. And maybe, since this is our world, we can do anything we want to. Maybe there's a little more snow you can see right in there. Just a little, though. We don't want a lot. Just a little. There. With our good, clean, dry brush, gently, gently, gently blend that back together. Just blend it back together. Now, our highlight colors, just basically black and white. And a little bit of our shadow color can sneak right back in there. All right. And we need a little touch of color right on that little rascal. We don't want him left out. Okay. And maybe then you have to start making big decisions here. Where does all these little peaks and valleys and all those things live in your world? Maybe that comes right on around. I don't know. Yeah, I do. There it is. See? Just make a decision, drop it in. But you can make some of the most gorgeous mountains doing this. And at home, you have unlimited time, so you can really do a fantastic job. This old mean director here, she has no sense of humor if I go over 30 minutes. There we go. So, but at home, you can do this. Just take your time and make beautiful, beautiful things. Send me some photographs of what you're doing. I'd love to see them. And every once in a while, we put them all together and we make a little board and show it on TV of what people are painting all over the country. And it's unbelievable what people are doing. I get a lot of letters from young friends that are doing some of the most gorgeous paintings. Absolutely spectacular. There. And make a little shadow. Just sort of figure out where you think the highlights and the shadows would live. Okay. Maybe this one comes right down like that. It makes the illusion then of a little valley in there. Just like that. Okay. But this is just black and white, or white and black, or any combination in between. A little dark. Got to have that dark so the light will show. And I like the contrast here, that stark black color against the gray. That's what really makes this stand out. There we are. And no, this is not any particular mountain, to be honest. I'm just sort of making it up. But maybe where you live, there is a mountain around that you'd like to paint. And this will show you how to do it. Just sort of look at the mountain that's in your area. And using these basic principles, you can paint your own mountain any old way that you want him. Maybe a little highlight out there. And here and there and there and here, a little bit of the shadow colors will show. I don't want to lose that nice darkness, so I'm not going to put a bunch of shadows in there. There we are. Maybe there's a little shadow right there, though, and a little highlight right above it. Then maybe there's another little shadow that comes right down like that. Isn't it fantastic what you can do with a big old putty knife looking thing and a little practice, and you can do this. You can do anything that you believe you can do. And I know you can do this, so certainly you know it. There. There we are. Wasn't that a cute little robin on the beginning of the show? I like that little rascal. Robins have some of the nicest personalities of any of the birds I've met. And I've raised a lot of little birds, and they may be my favorite. There's a lot of exotic birds around that you can look at, but sometimes the little common birds that we see every day and we take for granted can be the most beautiful if you just take the time to get to know them. And one of the best ways, put a feeder out in your yard and watch how many little critters show up. I just beat some of that paint off the brush there. A little bit over in here. I remember just recently, my partner's Walton Annette put a bird feeder out in the net, called me, and she says, "I don't think the birds like me. There's no birds around." I told her just to wait a day or two. Within probably a week, she called back and she says, "I can't keep enough food in the house to keep them all going." In just a matter of maybe a week, they had found her feeder, and well, she was in business. I tell you, she had more birds running around. And now we've got Walt interested in it. And he's out with his video camera. They've become his special little critters now. So we have another convert. Okay, enough yak-yakking. I'm going to get on my soapbox about the little birds. But that's a nice way of making a very effective little mountain. And you change it to match a mountain that you want to have in your painting. We just want to show you how to make one. All right, let's take black. We'll use some of this Prussian blue. Prussian blue. Shoot, I'm going to grab some of this phthalo green. There we are, maybe a little Van Dyke brown. There we are, maybe even a little alizarin crimson. I like that. That gives it a nice flavor. Okay, now then, I'm going to clean off this old knife. Let's find us a fan brush. There we are. Maybe in our world, back here at the base of this mountain, live some nice little trees, little friendly trees. There. Now we want to save a little mist between the trees and the mountain. Otherwise, the trees will just sort of disappear right into the mountain color. So we want to save a little misty area in there. It's very important, very valuable. It's like a good friend. Take care of it. Take care of it. There. Okay. Maybe we have some trees living all the way back somewhere in here, wherever you want them to go. Wherever. And we'll take them on off over here. Something like that. Just let them grow and grow. But all we're doing is sort of tapping downward. Just give it a little downward tap. Maybe I'll have some big trees over there. That sounds like a good idea. So, if you decide you're going to have big trees over here, then you don't have to paint that area. Of course, if you change your mind, then you got to go back and put them in. But that's all right. Just tapping the base of this with a 2-inch brush firmly to help create that illusion of mist. And I'm going to lift upward a little bit. And anything you don't like down here, you can just blend it in. No biggie. Why, isn't that a big mountain? My gosh. Like them old big mountains. Tell you what. Take a little of that same color, save a little misty area, and maybe if we said we was going to have some water, pull straight down with the same color, same exact color. There we go. Just pull it down. Take another brush that doesn't have so much paint on it. Now go gently across. And that quick, we have instant reflections. Instant reflections. You can take a fan brush with a little bit of light color, white, whatever, lift upward, and it'll look like little tree trunks far away. Or you can do it like this and lift upward, and see it'll make another plane there. Looks like a little ridge or something there. Creates another plane in your painting. And the more planes that you have in your painting, usually the more depth and distance you'll have in it. That's a sneaky little way, though, of getting an extra plane without working for it. Well, at least not working much. Maybe we're doing a little bit. To me, painting's not work. It's just fun. Let's take a little bit of that same dark color. I want a little peninsula right here. Just drop it in. And underneath it, pull down. And once again, we have a little reflection. That's all there is to it. Take that same color, go into a little bit of the cad yellow and yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and it'll make a nice green. We can put some highlights right there on that. There they are. See there? There we go. Just however many you want. Maybe it comes back to about like that. Let's take a little dark sienna, a little white, mix it together, make it a brownish color. And let's go back in here and firmly lay in the indication of a little bit of land that lives way back here. I'm rubbing it quite firmly into the canvas because I don't want the color to stand out too bright. just enough so you can see there's a little dirt back here. There we are. There we are. There we are. There it goes. And then we can take a little touch of the liquid white. I want to add a little touch of phthalo blue to it, not much, just to dull it down a little. And here and there and there and here, you can put the indication of a little water line. There. Don't want too much. All right. Okay, we got to start making some big old decisions here. Maybe in our world, there is, maybe there's another little peninsula or a bigger peninsula. It comes right down, something like there. Wherever, you decide. And underneath it, once again, we need a reflection. If you ever do a painting and it looks like the land up here is floating in the air, chances are you forgot the reflections. And it'll give the indication that it's floating above the water instead of in the water. You need some kind of little reflection to set the land down into the water. Okay. There. I'm just wiping off any excess paint that's on there. A little bit of the cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Once in a while, a little touch of the bright red. Not too much. It'll eat up your whole world. And maybe right back here we put a little highlight. Some happy little things that are growing right out here. But see, you need that dark or this won't show. Absolutely won't show. Because light against light gives you nothing, or dark against dark gives you absolutely nothing. There we go. Pull it down. Once again, back to that dark sienna. This dark sienna with a little white in it. Just to put the indication here. Some little something. A little bit of the liquid white. There we go. Now then, let's build us a happy little tree or two, or three, or four, or however many. There he is. Big old tree lives right there. Just from side to side, like so. See how that stands out against that little bit of yellow back here? We don't care what it looks like on the bottom because we'll separate that later. There's another one. There. See down here you can just do anything that you want to do. Doesn't matter. And, oh, there's one. You decide how many trees live in your world. All right. Just want to darken that all in real good there. Okay. Maybe you're right. There's another one. There. Just back and forth though. There. Isn't that a nice way though to make some very effective little evergreens? Tell you what, let's put one or two on the other side. We don't want it left out. There it is. Choom. There it comes. Once again, watch that yellow. That dark color against that yellow. That's why it's in there. Just for the contrast. Maybe this one here, it's got a little tilt on him. There. There we are. Let's go back to our old brush. It has a dark color in it. The old 2-inch brush. And maybe this comes right down. Right on down. There we are. It swings back up. Did you ever know you had so much power that you could do things like that? Lake sort of looks like a little heart back here. Our Valentine painting. In this here we can just paint in. It doesn't much matter. Doesn't much matter. There we go. Put this in with an old shoe, I guess, if you wanted to. Yeah, we go back into our yellows, yellow ochre, Indian, yeah, little cad yellow. and begin picking out the little highlights here, the little grassy areas that live right along. If you work with this a little bit, you'll be surprised at the effects you can make with a big old 2-inch brush. There. Maybe here and there's a little bush, just sort of hangs out of here. There he is. But pay attention to the lay of the land here. You don't want to just throw these in at random. The lay of the land is very, very important. Very important. It'll make or break your painting. There. Over here on the other side, can't leave him out. Put a few little things coming right down like that. Right on down. Okay. Something like so. All right. Tell you what, let's do. We got just a second left here, so with that, I'm going to put just an indication of a trunk here and there. There we go. Let's take a fan brush with a little bit of green on it, put some highlights on these trees. We'll about have a finished painting once we've done that. Think about where the light's coming from. Our mountain indicates it's coming from the right. So that's where we want emphasis on the trees too. There we are. Little highlight on there. And on this one, don't want much on that one because it's behind. See, and this one's in the foreground. You have to make those decisions. A little on this one, and we'll call this whole painting finished. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It'll certainly teach you how to use the tools, and I think you'll find it very, very rewarding. From all of us, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend.